So yeah. Just getting another.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to Let's Get Social Friday So Along. I'm extremely excited because we are finally going to be tackling the long awaited Ruffle pants. So, just to give you all a little bit of history, uh I don't know, maybe it's been a couple months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, before Baltimore Frogtails, like I want to say like beginning of July, maybe even end of June, beginning of July. Aisha had posted in her stories these Ruffle pants that were like amazing. And I literally I reposted and tagged her and was like, we are making these in August. So today is August 30th. So it was to the end, but we are making these pants. And so I didn't know how, I didn't know where, I didn't know what, I didn't have any detail. All I knew is that I love these Ruffle pants. And I was like, we're going to make them. And Aisha posted them. So I'm like, I know she loves them. So I was like, we are making these pants. And so literally life goes on. We go to Baltimore Frogtails, be doing all kinds of other things. And I'm like, somebody hit me up like, oh, I'm ready. I'm so excited about the Ruffle pant. And I'm like, oh, snap. Like, I have no idea what we are doing related to this Ruffle pant. And so I went and I looked up, I had already looked up the original designer, which is a company or a person. I'm not really sure which, but it's called Afrikayla. And I believe their website is AFRICCA. I will put it in the chat. I mean, KALAYA. They make the pants along with other, other African inspired garments. And I was like, okay, I went and looked up the original pants and I was like, oh yeah, I love these. But other than knowing that they are made with, cotton and Cara fabric, I really didn't have much other detail other than the video of a young woman who wore them, which is what Aisha had posted, and then, what they had on the website. And so Aisha and I started kind of brainstorming. I started brainstorming. I kind of brain dumped at Aisha, like, hey, this is what I'm thinking in terms of the process. She weighed in because obviously she is a designer. She's been designing stuff forever and ever and ever. And so she was like, oh, we should do it this way. We should do it that way. So what you are getting today is literally hacking behind the scenes, like what it looks like when somebody loves something that they see and they try to create something from that inspiration. And so we believe that we have like a really good handle on a process, and that's what we're going to share with you today. And I did a little bit of a muslin, a wearable muslin, by the way, that tells you a little bit about, like, this is a little bit about what, one of the pants legs look like. I didn't obviously finish it. I just wanted to have a little bit of idea. Well, long story short, we are not doing it this way. And I will tell you that, and Aisha, we're going to share a little bit because we're going to do some things the same and then we're going to do some things not the same. So what you will take away from this entire process is that, there could be multiple ways to achieve the end result. And one of these ways might be better than the other, but they might also be the same. We're going to all discover it together. So if you're thinking that this is something that you like, that you want to eventually make, stay tuned because we're going to walk you through our process to the best that we can. We're going to be sorting things out in real time, including talking about the patterns that we are using, because we are using a couple of different patterns in order to start as our basis. So hey Tony, hey Dee, I'm so excited to see both of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Make sure that you like and share the live if you are able to, because that will help tune people in. And thank you also for everyone that is joining on TikTok as well. Thank you for all the likes, and make sure that you share as well. I really appreciate it. And so for those this is the first time watching, know that I am streaming live to YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok all at the same time. And I would be remiss although I've talked about her, I do have a special guest. You all know that many times I get on my Friday Lives by myself, but I am excited to have a special guest with me, Aisha, who again was the person that really got us into all of this, because she posted that. I fell in love with it, and I was like, I'm gonna make it happen. And so I am so excited to have her here with me today. And Aisha, I don't know if you want to say a few words. I'm putting you on the spot.
Hey friends, most of y'all know me. We're just gonna, as LaShawn said, this is really the process of when you're trying to hack something or learn how to do something. It's just trial and error. So that's what y'all gonna get tonight. Brainstorming what we decided to do, how we decided to go about doing it. Not quite sure what the end result is going to be, but we just gonna trust the process and see what happens. So
that is right. That's exactly right. Hi, Miss Alethea. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. So I will start by telling you a little bit about the pattern that I'm using as my foundation. So the foundation of these pants, so these again are basically a pair of pants that have ruffles from the bottom all the way to the top. And Aisha and I counted that there are between 8 and 9. I didn't go back and recount. Aisha said there are 8, so we're gonna trust her word that there are 8. There are 8 ruffles that go from the bottom to the very top of the pants. Again, what you're looking at is a muslin, which is unfinished, just to explore one way of making it. And you need a pair of pants as a foundation to be able to, create this look. Now, what we learned through this process of, kind of creating the muslin and talking through it is that you are not going to be able to see the actual pants, because the ruffle, literally, the layers of ruffles cover the entire pants. So I'm sharing that with you to say 2 things. One, in cutting the fabric for the actual pants that we're going to sew today, I've used 6 yards of fabric. And so if you are able to, you could literally use any kind of fabric as your foundation to make your pants, because you will not see one single piece of this fabric except for the waistband, which, by the way, Aisha, mine is not facing, it is a waistband, by the way. So it will be a waistband on the top of mine. So you will not see any of the pants. All you will see is the ruffle. As you can see, the pants are underneath, but you won't see it. So I could have technically used a plain black or some other type of fabric that I didn't really care about as much to make the pants underneath, because the layers of ruffles will cover your entire pants. So you won't make it. And again, I've used 6 yards. You may use less fabric if you are smaller and more fabric if you are larger, because a lot of the amount of fabric that you're going to use is in the ruffles, and the ruffles need to be a certain length and width based on the circumference of the pants leg and your waist. And so obviously if you are larger, if you have a larger waist, if you are cutting a larger size pants, you're going to need more length to your ruffles, which means you're going to need more fabric. So I am using Lynn's pattern. So if you can, I'm going to show you the style line, because that is the best way to see. The pants they have a little bit of a flare on the bottom of it, but you could really get away, in my opinion, with using a straight leg pants. Now these pants, I love them. First of all, not only are they an easy sew, there's 4 pattern pieces: front leg, back leg, front waistband, back waistband. That is it to the pants. And that's really what you need. Something that's straightforward, that's simple, that doesn't have a lot involved in it, so that you can quickly put the pants together. The pants are fitted all throughout the top, and then again have a little bit of a flare, just the way that I like for my pants to fit. The pants do ultimately have a wide leg feel to them, because by the time you add all of the ruffles, it does, it gives you a little bit of a wide leg, and the ruffles have a little bit of a flow to it when you're walking. So anyway, that is the pattern that I use for my muslin, and I will be using these pants pattern also for the actual pants that I'm making today. This will be kind of my base for what I will be attaching all of the ruffles to. And so Aisha's going to be using a little bit of a different pattern. And before I turn it over to Aisha to talk about her pattern, what I will say is that if you have a favorite pattern that you use, like a pants pattern that you use, I think you can get away with doing those pants using that if you have a favorite that you already use that fits to your size and and it's easy and simple. I would definitely say don't do anything that requires a lot of extra steps because you're not going to see it. So it's best to have something that is simple because you don't want to spend a whole lot of time making the pants because you're going to be spending all your time making and attaching these ruffles. So with that, I'm going to turn over to you, Aisha, to talk a little bit about the pattern that you're using.
Hey again, everybody. Good evening. I use the oldie but goodie pattern. It's Simplicity 1919. This is like 12 years old, so it's literally a straight leg pattern. I forgot this thing is mirrored, so here we go. Where is it? Okay, it's all the way over here in the corner. Here we go. So it's literally straight up and down. It had darts in the front, and it had darts in the back. And so literally just the front, the back, and the waistband. So these are the pants that I'm doing. They're completely straight leg. They don't have any flare, anything to them. Very simple, easy, straightforward pant that I decided to use. I had another pattern, but it was for a knit. And so for the shaping, I just wanted to make sure the shaping and everything was right. So I decided to change the pattern and find a pattern that was a woven pattern. And of course, in my stash, I was able to find one, which I knew I would be able to find one. So again, like LaShawn said, any pant, like a straightforward pant, no pockets, no fly zip, nothing of the sort, just a regular straight pant would be fine to make these ruffle pants with.
Now, my pattern, and I think yours does too, Aisha, or you correct me if I'm wrong, it does have a zipper in it. So the only thing that I would say to what Aisha said is that you could have a side or a back zipper, but a front zipper, I think, would be a little bit difficult. Again, somebody with more, I'm not gonna say with more experience because Aisha got all the experience.
But it just wouldn't be wise to do it with a fly zip. I mean, with the ruffle, it's just
I would say
I wouldn't do it. But I mean, if you
our recommendation is to not do a front zipper. But is it possible? I'm sure somebody could figure it out. Somebody could figure it out. Somebody could hack our hack and be like, look, I did it with a front zipper. And I'd be like, I know that's right. But anyway, I'm going to be doing a side zipper. I think you're doing a back zipper. That's the plan.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So you're going to see two different, that's one where you're going to see two different ways of trying to achieve this look.
Hold on. Miss Alethea asks, no, we're both using woven. No, we're not using knit at all. It's woven for both of us.
Yeah. So I'm using Ankara. And Ankara fabric is what I'm using. And again, the original pants, when I looked up the original designer, Afrikayla, it is Ankara, which is the traditional Ankara, which is a cotton. So that is what I'm going to be using. And Aisha is also using a cotton, right?
John, don't get me lying. Okay, I'm using the fabric. So I'm using, if you guys remember, friend, what fabric is this that I sent to you? She can tell you what it is, but it's a woven fabric. It has a slight stretch to it. I had so much of this fabric. I'm not sure if LaShawn said already, but to make these pants, you definitely need a good 6 yards or more, depending on your size, to be able to do this. Because it requires a lot of fabric. And because I had so much of this fabric, I decided to go ahead and try it out using this. Plus, it has a nice little flow to it. So yeah, that's what I'll be using.
Yeah, I mean
Poly crepe, she said. So this poly crepe.
poly crepe. Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't know if you're woven.
Well, that is what we are using. So a couple of things that we did to prep. And again, this is what I'll say about this as we dive into this process too, is that I don't think that this is a difficult, and again, when we finish it, I might feel differently. But I don't think that these pants are difficult to make, but they do take time and a lot of fabric. And so some of the things that we did to prep are, and that we're still continuing to do, because again, it's a lot of work to do to create these pants. So what I will say to you is that I looked up the pants, and I think the pants were like $150, $175. And so I'm saying that to you to say, sometimes when you go through the process, you realize like, okay, it might be worth every penny. One, because it's using 6 yards of fabric. Two, because of the amount of time that it takes to make the pants. So I would say that it's not a difficulty, but it takes a lot. So to give you an example of some of the work that we did is that, and that we're still doing, because we're not, all the way completely finished with some of the prep work that we wanted to do. But I'm putting 7 layers of ruffles around each leg. And so that required me to create 7 strips of fabric, of which I'm going to use my ruffle foot to make ruffles. But I had to serge each one of these pieces, and then I had to do a narrow hem stitch on the bottom of each one of these. So I had to do it 14 times, 7 for each leg. And then I also had to do 2, because there are 7, well, I'm doing 7 rows of ruffles on the leg, and then 2 above the crotch area. So I had to do 2 even longer above the crotch area. And so that took a lot of time to basically measure out these, cut them, then serge them. The other thing, and then of course put the narrow hem in. The other thing is that if you're using Ankara, everybody knows historically Ankara is not very wide fabric. And so one of the things that you will need to do if you're creating these pants is that in order to have adequate kind of like ruffle or flow to your ruffle, it is recommended that the length of the ruffle be 2 to 3 times the circumference of whatever you're going to be putting it on or wrapping it around. And so on the pattern, it told me that the circumference of my legs, the leg piece is 22.5 inches. And so the length of this unruffled strip is 48. I did 48 inches of length, and that would give me enough ruffle. And I was able to estimate that based on doing it on this. So this is what 48 inches looks like wrapped around the pants. This is what the ruffle will roughly look like wrapped around the pants. And then around my waist, the waist of the pants was 39. And so I did the ruffle 84. I did 84 length to go around the waist part. So again, 2 to 3 times the length is what is recommended for each one of your strips of ruffle. So anyway, I just want to tell you that. So that's some of the prep work that we did, which is creating these strips because we're using woven, serging them, and then also doing a narrow hem, because while the ruffles will overlap, the top won't show, the bottom of your ruffle will show. And so you do need to have some type of hem at the bottom of it. So we did that in advance. Okay, so Miss Alethea said, you probably already answered this, Aisha, I think. Okay, yeah, you did answer that. So hi, Elisa. Hi, Shauna. Welcome. Hi, Auntie Carol. Hi, Fully Cultured, Coutoured. I'm sorry. Welcome. Hello. Thank you all for joining. Hi, Gaynell. Again, thank you for everyone that is joining. Miss Tata, Alicia. Thank you all so much. Ellen, Lois, thank you all for joining. Shauna, thank you all for joining. If you have questions, please don't hesitate to drop them. We are going to be sewing, but also explaining a little bit of the process along the way. And so right now, one of the first steps that we're going to be doing is, again, so Aisha is working on serging her strips, because again, you got like 20 something. I miss y'all calling me Sean. Oh, okay. Let me call you Sean. I will call you Sean. Aisha's working on serging her strips, and then I am actually working on, I have a dart in the front and the back of my pants. So I am going to be putting my dart in the front and the back of my pants is what I'm going to be doing. That, and then the next thing that I am going to do is I am going to start putting my pants together. But there is an interesting way that we're going to actually put the pants together, which is going to allow us to take the ruffle and put it in the inseam of the pants. So, which is not what I did when I created that muslin. And again, it's just another way of doing it. But I do think that this will be an easier way to be able to line and sew the ruffles so that they are evenly going around the pant leg. So first things first is I am going to put my dart into my pants, and we'll go from there. And the good thing about this fabric that I'm using is that it's exactly the same on both sides, which is what I love about this particular Ankara fabric, is that it is exactly the same on both sides. So I don't have to be worried about did I get the right side or not, because it is exactly the same. Oops. See, I still have my
Sean, I have to wind up cutting another
another strip.
A ruffle. I'm like, this is the same size. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I made a mistake with one of my ruffles, and I just fixed it. I was like, I'm not. So this is the thing. So you all know Ankara comes in those 6-yard like packages. I don't know. And when I tell you I use like literally everything, this is what I have left from 6 yards. This is what I have left. So this is like emergency. I don't know what. Hopefully I don't have one, but that is what that is. And so when I tell you it takes a lot of fabric to make it, it definitely takes a lot of fabric, and it does take a lot of time. But in terms of the difficulty, my initial opinion is that it's not difficult. It's just, we've spent more time, I would say, trying to figure out how we're doing it than the actual steps itself. You know what I mean? In terms of the difficulty. Oh, this thing said, switch your foot.
Also, too, LaShawn did. So when she did her ruffles, she cut hers like in strips straight across. Mine's actually have a curve to them. I don't know if you guys will let me know in the comments if you did a lot of ruffles before. Does it matter if you have a curve in it or if they are straight? Because I figure because our leg goes in a certain, what I mean, goes around that to put a slight little curve in my strips, but LaShawn kept hers straight. So
Yeah,
we don't know if I was like, I don't know if it's going to be a difference, but if y'all know.
yeah. If you know, definitely let us know. Let us know. Hi, Divya. Welcome. Please let us know, because let me tell you something. I don't know. I do not know. Okay, so that is, I put that dart in. And the next thing I'm going to do is, and again, for those that are, and I'm actually going to sew these pants. I'm just going to sew these pants again in October. because what I realized after I made these pants yesterday, or yesterday or the day before, I can't remember when I made them. They are so cute, super cute. This is Lynn's 2092 pattern. When I tell you they fit so good, they have such a great fit. And definitely I would say true to size in terms of the measurements. So I plan on making those again because you won't actually tell that I'm using this pattern because you won't be able to really see it. But I do want to make them again because I do like these pants quite a bit. So one of the things that I am going to be doing after I transfer, I'm just transferring a couple of these notches over, is that I am going to sew up my pants, but I'm going to sew them up a little bit different. So the instructions, and typically with any pants, not just these instructions for these pants, but any pants, the first step in creating pants is they tell you to match the front and the back and sew together at the inseam. But because we plan to attach our ruffles in the inseam, we are actually going to be matching front to back, and we are going to sew together at the side seam. And then we are going to pair the fronts together, right sides together, and we're going to sew together the front seam. Now, in my case, because I am going to be putting the zipper in the side, I'm going to actually sew up the side seam except for a small part on the side where my zipper is going to go. And I'm going to probably sew it together, but put a basting stitch, because the other thing that I have to be mindful of is how my two ruffles that are above the crotch area, how they are going to fit together on the side seam. So I plan on putting them in that same section where my zipper is going to go. So I need to, kind of work through that mentally, how that's going to go. Okay, so Miss Alethea said you don't have to cut your strips in a curve. However, it might be a neat design. It will be interesting to see what they look like. Okay, awesome. That is good to know. You will find out today. We will find out together what it's going to look like, because mine are definitely straight and Aisha's are on a curve. And so I'm excited now to see how they're going to look.
Can you hear me fine with these?
I can hear you. Perfect.
Okay. Oh, okay. I just want to make sure, because with me surging, I couldn't hear you, so I put my AirPods in, but I wanted to make sure.
Oh, yeah, no, I can hear you. Perfect.
Okay, cool.
I can hear you perfectly. Okay. So let me just put, so I'm just going to make a mark on here. Say this is 7.
And after I finish this ruffle, I will show y'all what my pants look like flat, because what happened was I realized that I was sharing with LaShawn that I thought this would be a good way to do them, because I originally put my pants together like how she showed you all at the beginning of with the ruffles, and I'm like, are you putting your ruffles, like sewing them around each leg like that? And so I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that. Like, that's going to be too much. It's too much fabric trying to bunch up around the arm of the sewing machine. Plus, I was like, I wanted to make sure to be able to put all the lines on the pants before actually putting the ruffles on. So having the leg all the way together like that was just, I was like, that's going to be way too much work. So, I mean, this again, like LaShawn said, that I believe that this is not a hard sew. It's just, like, you know what I mean? It takes time. It's work. So it's not no quick sew. Y'all know how I like to hit it and quit it. It's not one of those. You're going to have to stay a while. It's like one of those type that you're going to have to like really take your time with. So once I finish this ruffle, I'll show y'all like the flat laid out, what she described, what that actually looks like.
Because one of the next steps, and so I'm catching up to Aisha on this part, is that we are going to draw lines. So in order to make sure that our ruffles are straight and lined up on both legs, we are drawing lines across each one of our pant legs, in order to make sure that, again, our ruffles aren't like some right here, you know. And so as I was creating that muslin yesterday, that was something that I quickly realized, like, oh, you need to have some lines on these pants, because how else are you going to know, one, as you're sewing it on, that you're putting it on in the right way, and two, that that they're going to meet at the same, point. The other thing that I did differently in those pants that I did is I made my ruffle, but I also sewed it all together. So I put it on like a circle. I created the ruffle and then I sewed the seams together, and then I put it on like this and pinned it around, and then, pinned it around the line and then sewed it on. And so that was a little tricky. I mean, when I say it wasn't difficult to do, but this way I think it's definitely going to be easier, which is you could just basically sew one straight line, and then you're going to sew up your side seams together. And so that will allow each ruffle to meet. So I'm sewing my pants together right now, not the whole thing, again, just the side seams and the front seam. And then I am going to and then I'm going to catch up with Aisha, and we are going to show you how we're going to put these lines on.
Okay, so what LaShawn was actually talking about, like I said, I took my pants apart and was like, it got to be a better way. And so after talking with her, I tried to describe to her what it was that I thought would be a better way to do this. So this is now this is the print of my pants. So it's kind of hard to see. So this part right here in the front, these are my two front pieces. This is the back piece to one side, the back piece to the other side. So it's flat, it's opened all the way out. So once she gets to this point right here, then we're going to draw the lines on the pants. So that way the two ruffles that go up the top, we could be able to just go ahead and draw the lines there. And then we could put the ruffles there and also around the leg. And so that way it's flat. I would advise to start like from the bottom up, then go up to the top. I wouldn't recommend starting from the top down, only because they're going to overlap. So you want to start, when you put your ruffles on, to start from the bottom and to come up, and then we'll close it up. Now this is not the way that you would normally do pants. I would not recommend doing this way outside of doing these ruffle pants. But to me, I thought it was going to be a much easier way to be able to line them up and like she said, and get the ruffles on there. But it's going to be tricky because you got to push everything in to close them up. But we all have done that before, where you have to bunch all the fabric in and close it up and stuff like that. So that part will be challenging too, because there's so many ruffles. But we have a ways to go before we get there. So I just wanted to show y'all what that would look like describing that. But once LaShawn gets to that point too, we'll go over it again. So
yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited. I feel like these pants I feel really good about them. I think they're going to really turn out really, really well. And I'm excited to wear them, honestly. The young woman that Aisha had posted, she wore hers with a tank. And then on the website, they actually also sell like a bustier style top to go with the pants, which also looks super cute. So you really can do a variety of things. I plan to wear mine with a tank, and if we get to the point where we are able to model this for you all, I have my tank set aside so that I'm really gonna see the look that it's gonna give. Okay, excuse me. And now I am gonna go to a basting stitch. So I've hit like There we go. So again, I'm putting in a 7-inch zipper. And so I'm going to still stitch this up, but I am going to do I just want to make sure that this is lining up right. Yep. So I'm going to switch over to a basting stitch right now. Well, first of all, let me do a back stitch right here. So I'm going to do a little bit of a back stitch. And now I'm switching to 5.0 to do my basting stitch for this part, which I'm going to put my zipper in. And really, I use zipper tape. I've stopped putting in like basting stitches for my zipper because I like the zipper tape. It's so much easier to me. But because we're doing this ruffle, I want to make sure that all of this stays lined up and we don't have any problems. So I don't want to leave it loose until we get those lines drawn and all that. So I'm just doing a little bit of a basting stitch. Okay, so I have put the stitch, again, it's in my side seam, and I've left my inseam open, which again is very different from how we normally put our pants together. So I'm putting that over there, and now we're going to put this part together. Okay, so are you sewing the side seams first before you add the ruffles to sew each leg in one part and sew the inseam last, or are you sewing the ruffles on the front and the back separately? Great question. So we are going to be sewing the side seams completely first, and we're going to then lay the pants out flat. We're going to draw lines across to tell us where our ruffles are going to go onto each leg and to make sure that they're lined up on each leg. And then we're going to sew our ruffles on across flat while the pants are flat. And then we are going to basically put them right sides together and then sew the inseam so that the seam of the ruffle is also going to be in the inseam of the pants. So we're going to literally connect the ends of the ruffles and when we sew the pants, the inseam up. So Aisha, can you explain that a different way? Maybe I got a little confusing on the end. Okay, you said, okay, that's what I initially thought. Yes,
it's the only thing you got to add is before we close up the side seam, the end seams, you are going to close up the crotch seam of the back. And then you're going to take it all the way around, like doing like a big horseshoe in a sense. So kind of going up one leg and crossing over so that's how we're going to that's how we're going to close up the crotch seam, because normally, as you know, when we make pants, we do all that together, the front and the back at the crotch seam. But since we are kind of doing it a little bit differently, before we close up the inseam of the pants, you're going to close up the back of the crotch first, and then you're going to just kind of go all the way around the inseam of the pant.
Yeah, and I feel like, again, this is a little bit of a different way of putting pants together, but I think it's going to allow us to, and you could very well, I mean, this is, I think, preference wise, but I think if for some reason let's say the ruffles don't match up perfectly, I would much rather be on the inseam than to be on the outside. Again, I don't think you're going to really be able to tell because the ruffles are going to be, it's going to cover the entire pants, but once we do this once and I feel like, oh yeah, okay, we got this, it's not really that big of a deal, I could see in a perfect world where you are comfortable with making these pants that you could totally sew them in the side seams and construct the pants how we traditionally construct pants. I could see a world where that could be the case. But since this is our first time, one, fully constructing these pants, and two, doing it this way.
The only reason why I would say, unless you do not, because if you try to do that side seam, it's going to have that side seam right there. So if you saw the video, if you want that flare on the side, you can't do it. You can't do it on the side seam.
Great.
But it's going to keep it stiff. It's going to keep it like really constructed into those seams. But if you want it to be able to flow and have that flare like the video shows, it has to go around and you have to do it from the inseam. But you can do whatever floats your boat. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Let me see if I'm going to see if I can actually pull this video up.
Yeah. See, that would be dope.
Yeah. Let me see if I could do that really quick. Aisha, how are you making on time in terms of your surging? Do I have time to do that?
Girl, you got time to play that thing 20 times, okay? I'm like, girl, you already know. Like,
okay.
You got, yeah.
All right. Okay. I'm going to pull this video up so that y'all can see. And then for those that are on TikTok, I will show you the video. I will try to show you the video from my phone, but I'm going to pull it up. If you're on YouTube or Facebook, I'm going to pull it up on the screen so that you will be able to see it.
I do have a question. Is anybody out there in the comments interested in making these? Because I mean, LaShawn and I really brainstormed over this. I even wrote out like the instructions on what to do, like step by step, or what I thought. But we'll see once we get them done, though. But I think they're really cute pants. I mean, it's busy. But they're cute.
A couple people hit me up and said they were really excited. And I know Sean, Super Sean on Instagram, she also really wants to make these pants as well. So hopefully, as she sees this, she will feel, more comfortable making the pants in the process. So again, I reiterate that I don't think the pants are difficult. It is really just that it's going to take time. So I would not recommend this as like, oh, I got a party tonight, let me start it now. This is a more of like, I'm gonna do it over the weekend. That way you don't really stress yourself out about it.
Did you answer Fab's question about the solid?
Oh, let me see.
Because I didn't want to go over it if you did.
No, I didn't answer. Let me see.
Recommended solid fabric base.
Do you recommend a solid fabric base and the ruffles in the printed fabric as to not hide the beauty of the fabric? Yes. Okay. So no, I didn't answer that question. So, but I did talk about it earlier. So, snap. I just realized I just stitched these pants up with a basting stitch. And now I got to do it again. Because your pants, so here's my muslin, which by the way, I'm going to finish. These are going to be wearable muslin. So because the pants are going to be completely covered by the ruffles, I would definitely not waste your good fabric on the actual pants. The pants are really serving like a base layer for which you are attaching. So if I would have really thought it out correctly, especially because guess what? I don't even have enough fabric to finish both of these legs. So it would have been really nice to be able to do this in like a plain black or brown or whatever, any color fabric, to be honest with you, because you're not going to see any of these pants at all. And so I'm like really kind of thinking about it at this point because I have enough fabric to do the ruffles on one of these legs, but I do not have enough to do it on the other. And so I'm currently in the process of looking at, can I reorder this fabric or whatever, or do I just do a black, or what am I going to do? Or do I do like this, take this fabric and do the same down the bottom and then change the color up the top, because again, you're not going to see it. So to answer Divya's question, I would highly recommend to use your least expensive, least favorite fabric for your base, your pants, and then use your most expensive, your favorite fabric for the ruffles, because as you can see, here's the pants underneath, you are not going to see the pants at all. The only thing you will see is you will do a waistband at the top. So you want to make sure that you have enough of your fabric for your waistband that you're using for your ruffles, because you will have a waistband at the top. So that's a great question. Thank you for asking that question.
Also, I want to add to that as well, is if you do decide to do something like that, you want to make sure that whatever pant, your fabric you're using for your base, you just want to make sure the weights are like comparable, because you don't want to have like a flimsy base and then you have a heavier ruffle fabric. That might cause you a problem. So just make sure that the weights of the fabric are, you know, close to being the same. Now, if your base is a little bit heavier than the ruffle fabric is, that's, you know, I think that will be fine. However, not the other way around, because it could make it kind of could just distort how it will look in the end. So just want to be mindful of that part. Hi, Dory.
Make sure I didn't miss any questions. Thank you, Winner Lady. I appreciate you repeating that. Shakise, can you say what? Can you give me a little bit more detail? I'm sorry, I didn't see. And so I'm just going to reiterate this too. I'm using Lens ME 2092 as my base for my pants. Aisha, tell me again which one you're using so I can repeat that. McCall's. Oh, you're on mute. McCall.
Simplicity 1919. It's an oldie, but it's a 2012 pattern. So it's an oldie but goodie.
Simplicity 1920.
1919.
1919. I was close. So I'm telling you all that just because you can look them up and see. And what I would say, when you look them up, definitely look at the style lines, because what we're both recommending is that you either have a straight leg pant or a pant that is like has very minimal flare. And so, but I don't think you need a wide leg pant because you're going to already have a lot of volume in terms of the wide legness when you add all of those ruffles. But if you have a favorite pant pattern that you already use, that you love the fit, it's simple, you don't need any pockets, you definitely don't want to have a front zipper, because I think that will be difficult for you. Like if you have a zipper fly and all that, I think that's going to be difficult for you to add your ruffles on. You want something that has a side zipper or a back zipper. So Aisha is going to be doing a back zipper. I'm going to be doing a side zipper. But you want something that's really simple. It could have like a couple of darts just to help you have a good fit around your waist, because we are using woven, for this. But yeah, I would say if you have a favorite pant pattern that meets that criteria, I would definitely say use that, because that's one less thing you got to be figuring out in terms of, the fit itself. Let me see what.
Frank, you can't do it that way. I mean, there's no whatever kind of like floats your boat. I don't know if you saw that.
Hi, Shishi.
LaShawn, but yeah, you could do it either way. You could do the seam first. It's just when I did it, that's the way I did it. So, but it's not. You could do it either way.
Inseam, then tuck legs and sew the remaining crotch seam. Oh, so she basically saying we can wait altogether to do the crotch seam? Is that what?
No, I'm just saying you could do the crotch seam after you do the legs, the inseams. You could do the inseams first, or you could do it afterwards. Oh, but okay. I'm going to do mine the way that so I know that mine up.
Right. Well, the only reason why I would say I think it's helpful, and Auntie Carol let me know, I think it's helpful to do the front seam is because we want to make sure those lines, we're going to draw lines across to make sure that our ruffles are straight, because we have to do 2 ruffles above the crotch area. And in order to make sure that there's no you know, that you don't end up with like a crooked ruffle or it looks slanted or whatever. I feel like you should at least have that constructed. That way, you know, it's going to
No,
be a problem.
I don't think she's talking about that part. I think she's just
Oh,
talking about doing the back. But friend, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Well, I don't think she was talking about that part because
oh,
it
okay.
has to be open. So, but I think she was just talking about as far as finishing it, like you could do this inseam first and then go back up and do the crotch. That's what I believe she was talking about.
Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. So RFBs asked, does it matter if it's knit or woven? So the original pants were made with a woven. We are, you know, we're doing this for the first time. So right now, I don't know if it matters because I have not done it in a knit. My thought would be that you probably, I mean, we're doing it in a woven. I'm sorry. I don't know if it matters because we're doing it in a woven, and the original that we're inspired by is done in a woven.
I would say you definitely can do it in a knit. It's not going to flow the same. It's not going to have the same like body to it, but it definitely can be done in a knit. But it's not going to look. It's definitely not going to look the same. So it just kind of depends on what you're looking for. The knit is going to be more of a. It's kind of like when you get your hair done, they put too much grease it, like it weighs it down a little bit, or opposed to it being like fluffy and flowy type thing. If that's the only way how I can describe it, but it can definitely be done.
So it's
in
not
a knit. It's not going to have as much body.
Yeah, it's not going to have this like. So it's probably going to just lay flat like this.
It's just kind of going to be
versus
like
when the lady like when she's walking in these it's like boom boom.
Yeah, it's going
boom boom boom. I'm probably not doing a good illustration, but I'm going to pull up this video so y'all can see because I was like, okay. All right. Okay. So Aisha said to me, okay, so so you said I'm going to lay this out and match. So now I have constructed or I have put together my pants and I've stitched them together at the side seam. So again, traditionally we put the inseams together, but I've left the inseams open because that's where we're going to be putting our ruffles into before we sew up the side seam. But what I am going to do as part of our next step is I'm going to do the front seam. I'm going to put together the front seam. So right now I'm laying open my pants and I'm going to put them right sides together. Okay. So I'm laying, so both fronts are going to match up. Which one is the front? Oh, you know what? Let me see which one has 3.
Fred, if you don't mark them,
I know, I was just going to say, let me look at my darts. So I can see which one's the front, which one's the back. How come I can't tell? Where's my 3? Okay, here's the front. Here is the front right here. See, this is why.
Make sure your fabric, because you said your fabric is the same on both sides, right?
Huh?
You said your fabric is the same on both sides, right? So make sure it's the right side to right side.
Yes. Well, yes, right side to right side. Right side to right side. Okay, here we go. So basically, Aisha, let me just make sure I have this right. I am literally just doing this.
You're just doing your front crotch seam only. Yes.
Front crotch. Okay. This part right here between my 2 fingers. All right. See, I need the validation. All right. So for the record, right pants are right sides together. And we are just, after we do the side seams, we are doing the fronts, just the front crotch. So that's what I'm doing right now. That's what I'm doing.
And again, friends in the comments, this is just the way that I thought. Come up with another way that you like, so be it. Long as the pants come out the way that you want them to come out, is absolutely, you know what I mean, do your thing. But I'm not saying this is etched in stone. This is what made sense to me, and I, roll with it. So, okay.
Now, Aisha, when I first called Aisha, in my mind, I felt like this was the right way. So even though I didn't do it when I made those muslin, I felt like it was the right way. And part of it was I didn't have, so this is like my weakness when it comes to sewing. I can know that you should do something a certain way, but not have the skills to kind of like put it together on my own. And this is where Aisha's like, so, because she could like be like, oh yeah, do this, blah, 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 blah. And I'd be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So I do think this is the best way. That's my opinion, but I do think this is an easier way. But we'll see when we get through it, because again, we learned already a whole lot just from doing the muslin, just from practicing it. So as we're going through this process, we are learning about like what's good, what's not good. And hopefully each of you make, I think Gaynell, let me see. Gaynell, I think Gaynell says she's making it. So Gaynell, are you attempting to sew along with us right now? Or are you planning on like taking this all in and taking it back to your sewing room and saying, I'm going to do this. Hey Tydree, what's up, girl? Okay, so he says yes, front and back seam, and then the curve last. You're saying that's the order, Auntie Carol?
I don't know what you mean by that. Are you saying to sew all of that up? I don't see how doing it that way it's going to put the curve. Like I don't get what. Like I said, that could be a possibility to do that way, but I don't see how that's going to, like, you have to come up. I don't know what you're talking about, friend. And we all need no confusion. Okay.
Oh, I might have to send Auntie Carol the link. Hey, Anthony, I did not forget about your request. I did not forget about. Oh, did I run out of? I did not forget. I'm gonna call you. Oh, look, I ran out of thread. I'm gonna call you, Anthony. I did not forget. Life happened, but I did not forget. We're gonna talk about it. You said don't laugh, don't laugh. I'm not laughing. This is serious. Life happened, but I did not forget. I did not forget. I will definitely call you. But thank you for coming on and joining. Thank you, Anthony. Look, this is me sewing something from scratch. Okay, here we go. All right, I prepared 2 bobbins. So that should just show you, like, I have these big giant bobbins, and I've used one already, and I'm on the second one. So I use that one, making all of those all those ruffles. Okay. So Aisha, I now think I have everything together. So the front crotch is sewn together. The side seams are sewn together. And we just have the inner. So this is what it looks like. And so the very next step, when Aisha says she's ready, is we're going to draw our lines, right? Is that the next step? Whenever you're ready. Okay, so in the meantime, until Aisha tells me that she is ready, I am going to put those pants over to the side, and I'm going to pull out one batch of my ruffles. So as I mentioned, I got 7 strips here. So I'm using my dress form. As you all know, I use that.
Also, LaShawn said, as far as the ruffles is concerned, if she's doing 9, I'm only going to have 7. So
you have 7 total, including the ones at the top. Okay. Yes, I'm doing 9. I'm doing 7 on the leg and 2 above the crotch area. So we'll see.
mine's will be 5 on the leg and 2 above. So, but mine's is also a little longer than hers. I think I did my ruffle at 7 inches. So yeah. Also, too, you could play around with the ruffle. You don't have to have the girl actually had 8 ruffles in the pants. If you look on the website, it's 9. It's only 9 because that the top that she has on also has a ruffle at the bottom of that. So it makes it gave it 9 ruffles. So I was like, that's a lot of ruffles. But again, if you want to ruffle it up, look, put 15 on there. Don't put 15. But you know what I mean? You can put as many as you like. But I'm doing 7. And yeah, I don't know. Hopefully 7 is enough.
It will be. All right. I'm going to pull up this video so y'all can see. I'm gonna pull up this video. That's what I'm gonna do while waiting. Well, I'm not really waiting because I definitely have things that I can do. Let's see. Showing off.
I can finish this one, or if it's still going, then I'll finish one more because I still have quite a bit to do. So I don't want to hold up the process. I'll just finish this ruffle and then we can go to making the lines.
You're not holding it up.
Because you'll be able to be able to show them, because you already did. You said you hemmed all of yours, right?
I did. I did.
And then you already have your ruffle together. So I know mine are probably
the ruffle. I still have to create it. I don't even put them.
But yeah, you still be able to get much more done tonight than I would be. Mine is going to be a to be continued. I'm gonna tell you that now because I still have to hem all of these and all of that. So, but LaShawn, you'll be able to get further. So I'll finish this ruffle and then we can go ahead with the lining, doing the lines, and that way you could still continue to move forward.
Okay. All right. So I did find this video. So let me, I'm gonna upload this so you can see this video. Okay. So what I'm doing right now is I am logging into the StreamYard. Okay, let's see. Enter the studio. Try to do this without creating any echoes. Hey, Sabrina, welcome. All right, let me turn this down. And I'm gonna mute and stop the cam. Into the studio. Oh, let's see. Into the studio. Oops.
LaShawn, what you trying to pull it up? You, I can't hear you on mute.
Let me unmute myself. Okay, now let me show you this video, and I'm gonna pull it up over there too. Here we go. I'm not muted, Lord. I've been muted. Could you see that video? Okay. All right. So what I was showing y'all was literally the pants. And if you could see how she was walking and how she had this like flow. And now let me show you for those that are on. Let me show you for those that are on TikTok. Let me show you. Okay. So one here, let me just show you. These are the pants that we are making right now. This is what it looks like. And these are the Afrikayla Ruffle pants. And let me just show you really quickly this video. I'm going to show you this video just so you can see the bounce in the pants. So for the person that asked about the, the knit, yeah. So if you're able to see how she's like walking and you see how those pants are just like flowing. So that is just gives you a little bit of an idea of what the pants, look like. So you said she seems to have a wide leg pant. So I think that, and again, I don't know this for sure. I think it's the ruffle, but that's what I think. I think it's the ruffle. You said that looks like Miss Tata said that looks like Carmen. That I forget I had tagged the lady original. I can't remember what her name is, but I tagged her when I posted her original, reposted her original photo. But yeah, it could be. Originally, I thought it was wide leg, but then as I started constructing it, I feel like it's probably more the ruffle. And so Aisha, as I look at that again, I'm like, you might be onto the right thing having a less ruffle, but a longer ruffle. But we're gonna see. Look, I'm excited. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how this goes. But now you guys have a really good idea of what we are trying to construct. But Divya, it very well could be a wide leg. I think it's a straight leg, but we're gonna find out real quick. We are gonna find
Yeah,
out.
I would definitely say it is a more of a straight leg, because a wide leg and then having that ruffle, that width of that ruffle, the inside of her legs would have been like It just would have been too much going on. But yeah.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is that look, there is no right or wrong, and if you do decide to make these, like definitely explore. Um, okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's the beauty of designing. You can kind of try it out and do whatever you feel is best to do. Like we said, we're just trying it out to see. I'm doing 7 layers. LaShawn is doing 9. I'm 5'7". So LaShawn is what, 5'2"?
I'm 5'2".
And so you would think it would be flipped like opposite. Like I'll have the more layers and the less, but we'll see. Who knows? Absolutely not. I did not practice that walk. I will not even be trying to attempt that
Well,
walk. I'm just going.
I'm going to do that. I'm doing that walk. Bam.
I'm gonna do my own little
Bam.
walk. No, I'm just duplicating the pants. I'm gonna have my own walk.
I'm so excited about these pants. You have no idea. I'm like super excited. Super excited. Super, super excited. So we'll see. We are going to see. I'm just hopeful that, this fabric that I'm using is a little bit thicker than the other fabric that I had. So I'm hoping that this is going to have the same kind of flow. Because I can definitely tell that that these pants, they have this flow to it, like boom, boom, boom. You can see it. It's just got this flow to it. But I don't know. We're gonna see with this one. So I am using a ruffle foot, by the way, to create my ruffles. Okay, from the waistband, the first 3 ruffles are a skirt. Then you ruffle the legs. Let me see, skirt. Then you ruffle the legs in order to walk and not have tons of fabric. Tuck in your crotch area. Depends on how long your ruffles are. I would suspect the longer the ruffle would be, the more comfortable and then would allow more flow. Yeah. So so this is the like my brain calculation. So what they do tell you is that the pant length is 48 inches. And so 48 inches. And then, oh, you know what? Let me go back to that picture. So, because she doesn't have.
LaShawn, quick question, because when you going over this, I'm like, are you taking the information that the description that they put in the pants from the website?
Yeah. So when I went onto the original website, so this is what, and I was saying how I came up with the original like length of the.
Oh, okay. Because
the original.
All right. Well, you explain yours, and then I guess I'll do mine. Because
this is just really.
I meant to ask you that. Like, where did you?
How did I come up with the size?
What you were doing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I came up with the size because I was looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it does look like it's 7. I don't know how I got 9. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So which is what you said, 8. I'm just counting them as she's walking. Okay, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
My thinking, like I was saying before, I don't care about any of that stuff. LaShawn, I understand where you were coming from, but like for me, I don't know how tall the young lady is that's doing the walk. And so if you are like 5 foot,
Yes.
and you're putting 9, you know what I mean? Like putting all of these ruffles is going to be very much like, and the thing I think about is like a little poodle. And so it's just like,
No, I think that you are right in the sense that the longer the ruffle, probably the more flow you're gonna have with it. But I'm short. So let me just give you a little bit of example. So yeah, they those pants were 48 inches in length, and they had 8 rows of ruffles, which I thought was 9 originally. My pants are 42 for my 42 inches. So right there, I already have less height length in my pants. So I do think you have to take those things into consideration in terms of like the height or whatever. But I ended up doing 6-inch ruffles. And so we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see. But I do, as I'm looking at her ruffles, I do wish I would have made them a little bit longer just so they had that little boom, boom. That's what I wish. But,
I did mine's only 7 inches. I thought yours was smaller than that, but
no, mine is
mine's
6.
a 7.
6 inches. Well, I started with 6 inches. Let's just say they 5.5, because by the time I surged it, it probably lost, a half an inch or less, maybe less. Like I'm looking at it, like, let me see.
And your rolled hem is what, like a 1/4 inch? How's your hem?
So rolled hem, right. So it's probably, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so it's 5 3/4. So I lost like a 1/4 of an inch between the serge and the rolled hem. So it's 5 1/4. Let's see. LaShawn, I don't know if you missed it, but one of your ruffles gathered. But are your ruffles gathered or are they like flounces? Oh, so no, mine are straight. They're not like flounces. So it's it is literally.
LaShawn, you gathered yours. They're gathered.
Yeah. Oh, I thought she was asking, was it like on a circle skirt?
Yeah, saying like flat, like a flounce, or did you ruffle them?
Oh,
but you
no,
still ruffled them.
It is ruffled. Yes, they are ruffled. They are ruffled. But I thought she meant like, am I doing it like, you know how they do it, like the circle? Yes, no, it's like a.
Now, LaShawn did hers in strips. So she ruffled hers from strips. Mine's actually as if you were doing a ruffle, like if you was doing a circle skirt. Mine's have a curve to them. So we were asking in the beginning, and Miss Alethea said that no, they don't need to be curved. I curved mine because I just zoomed by my leg. The circumference is going in a circle. So I would have a curve for that. So we're going to see if it actually makes a difference. Yeah. Rather having, because I will say this, doing them in strips saves you fabric. Like, because I was doing curves, I wasted a lot of fabric to do that. But my head was like, curve it because it's going around a curve. So yeah. So I wanted to know for future references, does it matter? But we also going to see too, once we finish them and how it looks. So again, it's trial and error. You know what I mean? This is my first time doing this, doing this particular project. So I'm just going off of like knowledge, what I believe to be right. And, we'll see.
So the other thing too is that the very first, I was just doing a little like pinning it just to see. I mean, I didn't pin it, but I was just seeing like the very first ruffle has to line up with the bottom of your pants so that it's not dragging on the floor. So that, just to give you a little bit of reference. So how tall is this? Thank you so much, Carmen, for the super sticker. I really appreciate you. Thank you again for showing so much love. All right, so let's see. This is 22. Perfect. 22. You said this is a great comparison. Looking forward to seeing which one has more movement. Yeah, I'm excited too to also see that. I'm excited to see which one has more movement, because that's it's all about the movement. So Aisha, I'm 5'9", so it looked like I would go between 4 and 6, maybe 4 to 6 maybe in length. Shorter ruffles would mean a lot more strips. Right. Yes, I would agree. I think shorter ruffles would definitely mean a lot more strips for sure. Hi, Lynn. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. I've just been telling people about, so Lynn is stopping by on YouTube saying hello. She is the designer of the pants pattern that I'm using to create the basis for these ruffle pants. So thank you so much. I love this pattern. The fit is amazing. So I'm going to be making this pattern in October, like without all of the extra. I'm going to be making the pattern itself because, like I said, I really do like the fit and it's so easy. So I'm definitely going to probably make more than one. Let me see. Because like once I find something that I like, what I do is I make it over and over and over and over. So I am just literally at this point making strips. Making my ruffles. And again, I'm using my ruffle foot. I'm flipping back and forth between my making a ruffle every 1 stitch versus making a ruffle every 6 stitches. I'm going back and forth. And the reason why I'm doing that is because, one, I feel like if you do it every 1 stitch, it's too gathered. And so I wish there was a like every 3 stitches. And there probably is a way to do it by adjusting the length of your stitch. But I haven't played around with it enough to figure out like how do I do that to get the perfect width. Or the perfect, ruffle width, I guess is the way you describe it. So I'm just going back and forth. And the goal is to end up with a strip that is 22.5 inches, which is the width of my pant leg. Carmen said, oh, we know regarding making something over and over. You know how I do. Look, I feel like this. I feel like everything that I have ever made, I have at least, if I liked it, I made at least 2. So 2 is like the bottom, the beginning. But if I really like it, then I might make 2, 3, 4 and come back and make some more. So don't judge me. I'm also trying to leave open like a little bit at the end so that when it goes in to my side seam, it's not like bunched up. It could be flat in there. So that's another thing I am doing just as a reference.
LaShawn, I had 3 left. Well,
okay.
We gotta get started because I still have to cut one that I thought they needed to be combined. I only cut 1, and I needed to cut 2. So we can kind of get started because, child, I'm over these ruffles. I'm over the surging. I'm over the surging.
All right, I'm gonna keep making these ruffles until, let me see, 3 new messages. Thank you all again. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the shares. Thank you all for joining. We appreciate it. We are working on making these pants. Let me just show you. I'm gonna put the video up one more time so you can see. Let's see. So you can see these are the pants that we are working on making right now. For the people that are on TikTok, let me show you. Those are the pants that we are making. Those are our inspiration pants. So far the process is going pretty good. Well, let me make sure. I am just in the process of putting in my ruffles. You said I see the walk. Yes, that's the walk. That's the walk. Like that walk is what made me fall in love with those pants. Because I was like, I could see myself totally doing that walk. Like boom, boom. I love my ruffle foot. I'm not gonna lie. I love it. I feel like not only is it a time saver for me, but I don't know. I just like it. I feel like I like the way that it evenly distributes the ruffles. The part that I need to perfect is, again, how to adjust the length of the ruffle so that you don't end up with fabric that's too short or too long. And so I got my ruler out and I'm literally doing it, and then I'm holding it up to make sure that my ruffle is where I need it to be. So I have done 3 ruffles. You said I'm at work week with this boom, boom. Yes, boom, boom. That's the walk. When I say boom, boom, y'all know that's the walk. That is the walk. Okay. That is the walk. Like boom, boom. That's how I'm gonna be walking with those pants on. Exactly how I'm gonna be walking. Y'all gonna know when y'all hear that. So I have already made 1, 2, 3 ruffles. I'm on my 4th ruffle. So it's really not that long, honestly, to make the ruffles with your ruffle foot. The goal was to do them all in advance, but time did not let me. So anybody, do y'all use a ruffle foot? Drop it in the chat. Let me know. Am I the only one that prefers or likes to use the ruffle foot over using gathering stitches or basting stitches to create gathers? I feel like I don't hear that many people talking about.
I probably could have used my serger too, but I don't know how it would have boarded together. So that's why I did not
Oh
try
yeah,
it.
that's
Because
another thing I
yeah,
haven't tried. Look at that. I just love it. They just are literally coming out to be 22.5 inches perfectly. Loving that. So now I'm on 4, 5 minutes. Must be 5, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. It's going pretty good. Let me see. So RFB said, I don't have one. Divya said, I like the ruffle foot because it gives even flow of ruffles. Yes, that's like my favorite part about it. Like I love a ruffle foot. I'm not gonna lie. Since I got this foot, it's pretty. I've used it. I've got my money's worth. Let me just say that. I have gotten my money's worth. And I just ordered. So is anybody used the elasticator foot? Have you ever used that?
I have one, but I never used it. It's still in the pack.
Are you serious? So when I made this dress right here, y'all know my Baltimore Frocktails dress. When I made this dress, let me tell you, the amount of time that I could have saved, it's almost like, you know what the elasticator foot is? The elasticator foot is the cover stitch of hemming. Like, that's how much time I ordered one. It just came in. And let me tell you, I'm thinking about someone asked me to make a dress like this and put it on to sell in their store, and I'm really thinking about making it. Y'all know I don't sew clothes for other people. Y'all know I don't. But I am really thinking about it just so I could test out that foot and see how much easier it is. So let me ask y'all this question: have y'all ever made? I guess is that what you call like when you make? Well, let me ask this question before I know I'm rambling all over the place. But have you ever sewn something, and I guess sold it to like a store owner, like a one of a kind, so that they could sell it? Have you ever done that? Has anybody ever done that? Let's see. Divya said, put the elastic through the foot. I've seen it demonstrated. Yes, that's so I don't know about the putting the elastic through like your regular sewing machine, but that's what the elasticator does. It's literally, you could just sew and it just puts the elastic through, boom, boom, as opposed to me having to create a channel and fish it through. Like that took me forever to make those strips of elastic. Talk about forever. That took me forever to do. So I am really excited to be able to pick up this elasticator foot and use it.
I have the foot from my cover stitch machine. So
Right, it's on. No, that's where it goes on the cover stitch machine. They have one, I think, for the regular sewing machine, but the one I got is the one that goes. So that's also gonna make me use my cover stitch machine. Oh, okay. So Miss Alethea said, yes, I have it. So Miss Alethea, do you use it? Do you use yours?
When I say I had mine for probably like,
and then it's still in the pack.
8 years.
I'm so excited to use mine. Like, I am extremely excited. I can't wait to go pick up that thing. I cannot wait. I hope this one is not too. Okay, so this one is okay. It's a little bit short, but just a teeny, like a half an inch short. You said I have done. Oh, Michelle said I have done commission items in specialty stores. Right. Okay. I didn't want to use that word for commission because I wasn't really sure if I was using it right. But it sounds like that is what. So I've been thinking about it. I mean, I have been thinking about it, especially because like I have so because like even the person that had approached me, she was like, if you have stuff that you literally have made and only worn like one time, and I'm like, I could definitely like this. I'm probably never going to wear this dress again. Although I'm not going to give it away because I love it to pieces. I'm like, I could see myself going to get it dry cleaned or whatever. But more importantly, I could see myself making another one, especially now that I got that elasticated foot. If it's going to be as easy as I think it's going to be, like how Divya, how you said that video, like if it's going to be that easy, I could definitely see myself. Oops. Something got stuck. Ooh. Okay, that's not good. Let me see. All right, there we go. But yeah, I could definitely see myself making a single thing here or there. I just don't have the time to like make like lots of things, but I could see myself making something. So Michelle, do you like that? Did you like that doing things on commission? Like how was that process for you? Oh, okay. You were saying I have sold a garment to a retailer to resell. I would never do it again. Okay, look, I want to hear about it, Miss Alethea. Can you give us you ain't gotta, type. You can type as much as or little as you want. So Miss Alethea says I have sold a garment to a retailer to resell, which I'm assuming is the same thing. It's like done something on commission, and I will never do it again. Tell me, like, what are the pros and cons? Maybe that's an easier way to talk about it. What are the pros and cons? Because, and Michelle, any pros and cons that you have, or how was your experience? I would totally be interested. Because I have been thinking about it for sure. I mean, just thinking about how much stuff we actually, now I wear like 99% of the things that I do. So I do wear my stuff. So it's not just, and I will tell you that when I first started sewing, I made stuff just to make it. And it could be something that I don't necessarily like. Now I'm 99% of the things that I sew, I like. I only sew it because I like it. So because of that, I'm wearing like 99% of the stuff. I'm wearing it because I like it. So I am not I'm not having issues where I'm making stuff that I'm not wearing. That's not, but I'm also thinking if I was going to be making stuff on commission that way, I would probably be sewing differently. Although I don't think I would do it on live because I would want to take my time and really make sure everything is nice and clean and, all of those things. So I would probably not use my Fridays for that just because I would want it to be of high quality, high value. And not that my stuff isn't high quality, high value, but that I make on live because I do, like I said, look, my ends are serged, my stuff is clean on the inside. If I'm able to, prep and stuff, but I don't know, I would want to just have a different focus. My focus when I sew on live is really about sharing the experience, trying to teach as much about the process as I'm able to. And so my focus is different, I think. But I would definitely try stuff out. Like, oh, is this something I could make? Okay, so let's see. Miss Alethea said, I didn't get my value out of the sell. The seller wanted the price to price the garment at a certain price, so he didn't want to pay me my worth. Oh, yeah, okay, that could be a problem. Okay, so Michelle says, so we're talking about, we have some people that are giving us their feedback on what their experiences with selling their me-made or their hand-sewn garments on commission. So Michelle said, I lost a lot of products. I did make money, but I stopped because the losses became too much and the store owners thought they should get the larger commission. So yeah, how does that work? They don't make the item. They didn't create the art. They didn't put in the time. And they want to get the larger commission. I was very young at the time and naive to the process. When I still, it will be in my own boutique. Okay, when you do it again, it will be in your own boutique. Okay. Well, I appreciate y'all sharing your experiences for sure, because for me, it would be like, if I did decide to do it, those would be some of the things that I would kind of watch out for. I will tell you, like, I never thought that I would sell my stuff because, as you know, when you make it, the time and energy that you put into it, it's like, I don't know if there is, because you're doing everything. You don't have like these machines to do stuff for you that can make things much quicker. It's like, how do you price it? How do you price something that you literally have spent hours and hours and hours working on? You know, the cost of the fabric alone probably isn't going to cover the cost of what they want to sell the item for. So that could be, you know, a challenge. But I appreciate y'all sharing those experiences. Hi, Totally Hooked Crochet, welcome. Thank you for joining. We are making some Ruffle pants. Afrikayla Inspired Ruffle pants is what we're working on. I'm working on this with Aisha from Laurier Designs, and we are literally we're hacking patterns, and you all are watching this process in real time as we do it. Okay, so I have now finished. Hi, Angela, welcome. Thank you for joining. Welcome. So I have finished putting together seven of the ruffles. I'm about to start on my next batch for the other leg. So I need each one of these to be around 22 inches. It's a little bit of stretch in there, so I'm just putting this together. This is one of the things I did, you know, like I said, I wanted to do ahead of time, but time just did not give me the privilege. So there we go. Those are my ruffles for one leg. So I'm just gonna lay that back there. And
so LaShaw, you got one leg ready to go?
I got one leg ready to go, all the ruffles, and I was about to start on the ruffles for the second leg. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what just to kind of catch people up that might just be joining. So one of the things that we are working on is, before we start constructing the pants, we do need to draw out on each of our pants the lines in which we will be sewing our ruffles on. So I'm going to show you the pants really quick. But in the
What about your top two ruffles? Did you do those yet?
No, I didn't do those yet. Should I do those
Okay.
before I finish the other pant leg? Pants? I'm sorry.
Because you're gonna put them on after you put so
legs, yes. So I'm thinking I'm doing the zipper last and those ruffles last. And then the waistband will go on after everything else. So that waistband at the top is what's going to enclose that final top ruffle. My thought is that top ruffle is going to align with the top of your pants. And then you'll put the waistband on. And that will kind of
right.
Okay.
I just cut out the other ruffle for the top layers real quick. I'm just gonna serve that and then I'm ready.
Okay.
To do the lines. I'm glad I had enough fabric because literally that little bit that I did have left is now I just have little scraps now. It's just gone.
Look, again, if anybody is interested, what I will tell you is that when we say it takes 6 yards, it takes 6 yards. It is 6 yards. And that is no lie. Is anybody else working on anything this weekend? Sewing anything? It's Labor Day weekend. So did anybody, have Hi Grown and Opinionated? Welcome. Happy to see you. Happy Friday. It is Labor Day weekend. So anybody make anything for this weekend? I'm going to, of course, wear something that I've already made. But it's going to be a chill weekend for me because after this weekend, I'm going to be back on the road. So I'm not doing too much. Let's see. Let's see. Divya said, most people don't understand a garment take up most of the yardage purchase. Yes, that's true. Look, like I said, I'm working on this and I did not think that this was going to take 6 yards at all. Did not think it for a minute. But when I opened up that pack and like I said, I showed you what I have left. I was like, oh, this is all 6 yards. Literally gone. Gone. There we go. Boom. So let's see. I'm working on Vogue 1737 and Vogue 1675 for a client. No sewing for me personally. Okay. Client work. So instead of doing work on commission, Miss Alethea, you sew directly for people personally, like custom. Would that be considered custom work when you sew for somebody directly? Let's see. Life 50 Plus says, with the ruffle foot, what did you do to determine how to get the length you needed? Okay, that is a great question. And I have not figured out the true way to figure out how to make adjustments. This is what I know. I know that you can adjust the length of the ruffle by making adjustments to the stitch length. But I have not explored it to like be able to say I could duplicate it. So this is what I do. I kind of do a trial and error method. So when I made this muslin, which I will be completing, I did a trial and error with the ruffles to see how do I need to do the ruffles. Like, do I need to do a stitch every single stitch, which so that the measurements on my ruffle foot, you could do a ruffle every stitch, a ruffle every 6 stitches, a ruffle every 12 stitches, or no ruffles at all. And so I basically played around with it. I did one that was like a ruffle every single stitch, and it like, it made it very short. It took that whole 48 inches and made it like 12 inches. And I knew I needed something to be 20, or maybe it was a little bit more than 12 inches, but I needed it to be 22 inches. So I just played around with going back and forth, like maybe doing like a ruffle every stitch for like 5 stitches, and then do a ruffle every stitch for every 6 stitches for like 6 times, 6 ruffles, and just going back and forth. So it's an unscientific way, but that's what I did. I use my ruffle foot enough that I need to figure it out.
I was gonna say, did anybody ever try to like just Google to see like?
Yeah, you know what? I haven't tried it, but that would be my first stop, to Google it to see, because it's not the first time that I was asked that question, and I definitely don't know the answer. I don't know why that keeps happening. All right, let me try this. So my ruffle, my thing got caught in here. This is the second time this happened. Okay, there we go. All right, let's try this again. It got caught on my seam, so I had to connect 2 pieces of fabric. Oh, of course,
Okay, LaShawn, when you finish with that, then I'm ready.
Okay. I'm gonna finish this. I feel like what we've been on here for? Less than 2 hours. We're making good progress, I think. It's been less than 2 hours. I'm literally almost done putting all my ruffles in. I'm gonna finish this one, and then we're gonna go on to one of the next steps, which is to draw our lines onto our pants. Yeah, when you do this ruffle every stitch, boy, that don't play. It will give you a ruffle. It will give you a ruffle. But you know what? Thank you for asking that question about Life 50 Plus, because I'm going to figure it out. I've been using this foot way too long to not know. So I'm going to Google it and do some trial and error and come up with how do you know how long. Now, I usually do, once I figure it out, I do usually share the details. I'm like, if I use it, I'll say, I use a, stitch every 6, but it's not scientific because obviously it could change with, your own measurements and this. So it'll be often based on, what I'm doing. But there's got to be a more scientific way. And I'm going to figure it out. Definitely figure it out. All right, I have finished this one. And so what I am doing to validate it is I have my ruler down here and I literally am just holding it up and measuring it against a ruler so that I can make sure like, okay, this is right. And then I see like one of my stitches came out. So I am putting it back in. All right, I think, let me just make sure. Yep, there we go. And let me just double check. 1. Okay, there we go. So that's 1, 2, 3. So I've done 3. All right, Aisha, I'm ready whenever you are. Custom dressmaking. Okay. Thank you, Miss Alethea. I'm still, getting familiar with the terminology because I don't sew for other people. So I'm like, when I throw around the word custom, I'm not really sure. Thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you all for the flowers. Thank you for the likes. And thank you for the shares on TikTok. I appreciate you all joining and watching. If you have any questions, I am monitoring the chat, so don't hesitate to drop them. Hi, Miss Rosner. Welcome. It says, Aisha, what is your t-shirt saying? It is saying bold, bam, bold ass moms. That is what her t-shirt is saying. Bam. Somebody had said they wanted to order another shirt. Let me see. I'm sorry. I saw that.
Somebody did say they want another one of your shirts. That was way back.
I know. I saw it and then I meant to go back to the comment. First of all, thank you, whoever did say it, if you're on. I am going to be bringing my I'm transferring my merch store over to Shopify, and so it will be available on YouTube. You'll be able to click the link and order like the social media influencer shirts, the social media influencer defined t-shirts. You will be able to get those so on YouTube very, very soon. Okay, Aisha, I am ready when you are ready.
I'm ready. I'm just wiping off the table. You put your...
All right, let me wipe off my table too, as much as I can. I don't know if I have as much room as you have though. All right, here are my pants. So for those that are watching, just as a recap, we took our pants and we sewed them together at the side seams. So remember, traditionally when you sew together pants, you usually put the front to the back and you sew the inseam first, and then you put right sides together and then you sew the side seams. Well, because we plan to enclose our ruffles in our side seams, we did not, in our inseam, I'm sorry, we did not do that. What we did instead was we sewed together our pants at the side seam, then we put them right side together and then sewed the front crotch area, is what we did. And now we are going to do the very important excuse me, next step, which is to draw lines across our pants so that when we are sewing the ruffles on, they will be evenly placed across the pants. So that is the process that we're about to do right now. We want them the same on both legs. So if I use these pants for example, what we want is the ruffles to be evenly placed, you know, all the way up, but we also want them to be the same on the left leg as we do on the right leg. And so an easier way to do that is to draw your lines at the beginning, before you put the ruffles even on. And just so that I showed you those pants, I'm doing the way we're constructing right now is very different from the way that I constructed those pants, which is to put the entire pants together, to put the entire ruffle together already in a circle and then place it and sew it on. That is a much more difficult way than keeping your pants open, drawing the line, and then stitching on your ruffles flat. So Divya, oh, you said it was you. It was you that was interested. Well, they are still available. I will be bringing them over to Shopify very soon. In fact, my store and everything is all set up. I just need to make it go live, which I will be doing very soon. And thank you so much for all your support. I appreciate you always. And for everyone that has purchased a social media influencer tee, sweatshirt, tank top, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, Aisha, I'm ready whenever you are.
All right, just lay your pants on flat.
Oh, look at you. Okay, I'm gonna dip this down so you all can see what I'm doing a little bit. And let me see, how do I put this on? Let me see. Can I put, I think you all can see a little bit. Can you all see? Well, look at that. Okay, so you can see a little bit without me having to change my screen. So you can see me, but you can mostly see the pants. Okay. So I'm laying the pants out. So are you starting with just one leg?
Yeah, because I don't have enough room to
lay them both. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Me neither. So I got my one leg out. And let me see, before I do that, I want to verify the height of my pants. So I like to use this one for that. Let's see. Yep, 41 and a half. 41 and a half. Well, let me see. Yep, 41 and a half. So 41 and a half divided by 9. What's 42 divided by 9? 40. Let me see. 9 times 5 is 45. Do I have 9? I do have 9. 9 times 5 is 45. This is 9 times 4 is 36. So they're going to be like 5 inches apart.
Oh, wait, so you don't
Or
have
4 and a half. Well, let me use my calculator. Why am I trying to use my brain? And I could just use my calculator. Okay.
You have your chalk
1.5 divided by 9 equals 4.6. So 4.5 inches. That's what we're going to do. 4.5 inches apart. So that's way different than the 6 that I thought. So they're going to be much closer together. So the first thing we're doing is figuring out, my assumption, Aisha, you tell me if you're wrong, how far each row needs to be. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then I done covered up here we go, my chalk. So I'm using chalk on mine, not a invisible marker. And I'm putting my chalk lines on the outside because that's where I'm going to be sewing. Okay, good. I'm glad you all can see. So the first thing to do is I'm just using my side seam that I stitched up. It's like my place that I'm trying to determine. And I'm doing 4.5. Each row is going to be 4.5 inches apart because I have 9. Let me see. I think I have a shorter ruler.
So yeah, what I'll be using to do my markings is if I have a yardstick. I also have a 6-inch ruler. And this is what I'm using to kind of to do my gapping. And then I have my chalk pen is what I'm going to be using to draw the line to make a fine line.
Okay. All right. So I love this little ruler right here too because it's got all the measurements on it. So you can literally just lay it flat and you'll know. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. 5. All right, there we go. And all right, now I'm about to do my I'm just making sure my pants are all lined up so my lines aren't crooked. All right, there we go. And now I am about to draw my first line. Yes, this is, I mean, this is what we mean by it's a little bit of work, but it's not difficult work, if that makes sense. Okay. So I'm literally just going to continue to just move it up by 4.5 inches each time and then just draw another line. And now I'm just moving the pants down, putting this on the 4 mark, making sure it's all laying evenly. And draw another line. And here we go. And my goal is to have, 7 of my ruffles on my legs and then the other 2 above the crotch area. Here we go. Gaynell, are you still, if you're still on, after everything you're seeing us do, are you still like, I'm making these pants? Or are you like, oh, I'm not doing it? I'm just curious. I feel like if you like them enough, and I had put a poll on my YouTube. I said, are there like two deal breakers in terms of like how many steps you willing to do in order to say I'm good? You know, like if your thing had, aligning, facing, interfacing of everything, over 20 pattern pieces, zipper, like when is enough? Or is it like if I like it enough, I'm willing to do all those things in one? Okay, now say I am not discouraged. I love it. 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 Hopefully the work that we are doing today will make it, you be able to plan it out and do it, more easily. That's my hope. Let me just move my ruffles out the way. And let me move my yardstick because I actually don't need that stick anymore since I'm using this one. All right. Now, one of the things I am noticing, let me see.
LaShawn, you have a yardstick?
I do. But I'm using this one instead because I could see my lines through it. But I'm also noticing that one of my lines is crooked because, well, it looks like it's crooked, but I don't know. All right, let's see. 4. All right, I'm just double checking because all right, I mean that looks straight. That's about as straight as it gets. Okay. Okay. All right, I might need to pull up my yardstick now because this ruler does not cover everything. It's like a little bit. All right, let me see. Make sure I have enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my goodness. So it looks like one of my ruffles is going to be right in my crotch area. So that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, one of them is going to be.
Oh, that's the way you planned it too?
But it has to.
What? I didn't think it was going to be like right in that part.
Friend, yes, it's going to be.
What? I just thought it was going to be.
But it's not going to be like how you think it's going to be.
Okay. I'm trusting my friend.
But
here.
It is going to be.
Yeah, it's like right there.
Well, I mean, you do got $1 billion, so I mean, it's.
I know that's true. Wait a minute, I only got one less than you, right?
Yeah, I have 2 less than you.
Oh, 2. Oh, 2? Oh, that's right. You have 7. I have 9. Okay. Okay.
Like 5.5.
All right. We are. Let me see.
It's getting on my nerves.
What?
No, you go ahead. I wanted to show because you, like I said, you're further ahead. I'm just placing mine out so that it can be evenly distributed through. So when I get to the top, I have a little bit more space. So I have to keep going through and keep adjusting how
Okay.
far apart they're going to be.
Got you.
So yeah, that's what's happening.
Well, I did mine like a mathematical way. So I just divided the length. But to your point, I'm not able to control like where they're falling. So here we go. And then the last ruffle will go right at the top.
Yeah.
So here it is. Now I got to do the same thing on the other side. And hopefully this will be easier because it should just be
there
a
we
matter
go.
of, huh?
No, I said I got it.
Bringing the line over, right?
For the top, yes, your 2 lines at the top.
Well, for the other side, I mean.
Yeah, you should be able to do it the exact same way and it should line up. Hopefully.
Thank you, Divya. You gonna make it too? I'm excited. Divya, you be out here sewing. All right.
Got it.
Thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you. All right, I'm doing the same thing on this side.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Actually, you know what? I want to start at the top. Work my way down. And the reason why I'm saying that is because the top lines are going to go straight across. So it should just be right across.
It should, but don't mean, I mean, if you started from the bottom from the other one.
I did, but I'm just going to be, look, I'm literally, what I'm doing is literally just bringing it right across. But it's a little bit difficult because, you know, it's a curve up here. So it's about making sure that it's, so this is where I think you're talking about, like that curve is going to help you go around this curve. I mean, I guess it's not going to make a difference.
We're going to see.
I hope not. Right. See, this is the part where I want to, wait a minute. I'm nervous to put these other line on here.
Why? Hold on. I'm going to watch you because, like, I know what mine is on. I wanted to just show so they could see the process, but I think they see
Can
now.
you see? Oh, yeah, they can see. All right, this is what I'm going to do. I just want to make sure this one lines up because it's a little bit of a curve on this top part of the pants.
Well, mark it.
Yeah, I'm about to mark it on the end where it ends.
Mark it on each end.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
All right, good job.
So that way I can make sure that where it ends, So basically what I'm doing is marking it on the ends. So, and then I'm gonna put my ruler to line up with both of those ends. Yep, that's what's gonna help me. So that'll make sure that it's starting and ending at the same spot.
Here you go.
Yep, there we go. Okay. So this is going to be interesting because like this one. All right, I'm going to draw this line, but it's like it's going right into the crotch.
You sound like it's, well,
We'll see. I mean, oh, you know what? This is going to be fine. So because this one that's below the crotch is separate. So I guess I was confused. I thought I was going to be going across, but it's not. It's going to be one leg, and then the other leg. So I got confused because I thought they should connect. The lines don't have to connect. Only one that's going to connect is the one that's going to go above the crotch. Those are the two that's going to connect all the way around. The others are not connecting. So that's where I was like conflicted. So the ones above the crotch are the only ones that are going to be one continuous. The leg ones obviously are going to be two separate ones. Yay. Okay. I'm slow. Give me a minute. I'll figure it out.
you're not slow. You just take time to process.
Right. Time to process. There you go. That's exactly right. Thank you, friend, for helping me with the language.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And now I am going to.
So it's like this.
I am going to. Oh, yeah, this is turning out. It's matching up. All right, it's matching up so far. All right, now I'm gonna go. Now that I've done those, I am gonna go from the bottom. And finish.
All right, I need to press.
I would definitely recommend this way compared to the way that I did it before. I can already tell that this is going to be easier. Drawing these lines and being able to just stitch the ruffles on just straight across is going to be, I'm like excited because we're getting so close to the end.
You are.
We
in spirit, honey. But I got a ways to go. But I'm going to make sure you get through. Because I'm going to finish mine. I'm going to be a while. It's all right.
Because you just have to do your serging, right? No, you did your serging.
I did the serging, but I have to
hem.
I have to hem them, and I also have to ruffle them.
Got it. Okay.
That's going to take some time.
All right. Got a few more lines to put on. Now, one thing I am noticing is that as we move up the pant leg, it gets wider. And so I am noticing that I think that, and this is where the gap, doing the gathering or doing this measuring ahead of time. So doing these lines and doing this measuring ahead of time will let you know exactly how long your ruffle needs to be at each part. So what it would have been helpful for me to do before I did all those ruffles was to know exactly how many.
Oh wait, friend, you did
What?
You did all of your ruffles the same exact size?
I did. So I did them all based on this bottom width, but so it's not going to be that big of a deal because I can just loosen up. I can pull or loose some of them, but yeah, no, they should. To your point, they should not
Friend, I
all
didn't
be
know
the
you.
same. And this is where using gathering stitches helps because you can adjust it in real time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did do that. I did do that. I
Oh, sorry,
definitely did.
friend. I wasn't paying attention. I would have
Yeah, no,
stopped
it's
you.
not that much. I mean, we're talking about at, let me see, I'm about to see. So I did them all 22 to 23 inches. And so this one is going to be okay. So all these, this one is going to be,
I
let's
would
see.
venture to say probably like every 2 ruffles it needs to change.
This one's going to be, so let me see.
The
These ones
top 2.
might be too long. 1, 2. So this one is 20. This one's 24. This one is 25. No, let me see. Sorry. 24. I mean 23. 24. Yeah, this one's 25. And then this one is 24. $25, $26, $27. So that one's 27. And then this one's going to be back short again. So I have probably about 3 I need to go and loosen up a little bit to make sure that they fit. Okay, and these ones I don't have to worry about because they're already longer. So yeah, so I base my 22 inches of ruffle based on the bottom. And as you know, the pants. Well, and then some of this is going to be in the seam, but it needs to still go side to side. So, I mean, seam to seam. So, let me see.
Yeah, as a go up for ruffle, it has to you have to adjust.
Have to go up a little. So what I'm getting ready to do. So I still have some that I haven't ruffled yet, and so what I might do is take those and make those bigger. So this one is. So I can pin it. It has a little bit of stretch in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to be able to. I think I'm going to be okay for some of them. Like this one is good. Oh, I'm so excited. So now I'm at the point where I'm pinning these ruffles on. Is that right, Aisha?
Yeah, all your lines are done?
Yep.
Yes, it is.
All my lines are done. Okay, so I'm about to start pinning these on.
Woo!
Yes. And so for the first ruffle that starts at the bottom of your pants, you want to make sure that your ruffle, the bottom of your ruffle lines with the bottom of your pants.
Also, too, I know she said earlier, but just want to make sure to reiterate, please finish off your ruffles first, like hem them first before you start adding them to your pants. So that's what I'm in the process of doing now before I even ruffle mine.
Right. Definitely you want to do that because that is going to be a whole mess if you trying to what happened to all my pins? Oh, here we go. Looking for my safety pins. So you do have to use safety pins, not safety pins, sorry, stick pins for this because clips are not going to work.
Let's say straight pins.
Say it again.
I said straight pins.
Yes, thank you. Straight pins. Thank you, friend.
Yeah, at least I know that because otherwise you're gonna get Jimmy's joint. I figure out where I can get it, where I can fit it.
Thank you. All right, so I'm pinning these across. Again, making sure that I'm going from one seam to the other. I don't know why my anxiety is going up. I'm getting so excited.
Well, you should. I mean, this was a process. Now you're seeing the fruits of your labor.
Look at that. I don't know if you can see it, but let me hold it upside down.
Please hold it the right way, not upside down.
Here we go. This is one ruffle is on.
That looks cute already, and that's just one ruffle.
One ruffle. All right, let me pin. I'm gonna pin them. I'm gonna pin this whole leg. And then I'm going to, that way I can also make adjustments. So again, I just do want to reiterate, part of the learning process is all of your ruffles are not the same size. And so if you draw your lines on first before you create your ruffles, you will be able to know exactly what your ruffles
same length.
Right, how long they need to be. Okay, so got a couple of questions. Divya said, is the overlap between the layering ruffles about 2 inches? So my overlap is about
that would vary.
About 1.5 inches. So in my case, my ruffles are 6 inches or 5, let's say 5 3/4, because again, you're losing some with the serging, you're losing some when you do the hem. So my ruffles went from a width of 6 inches to 5 3/4 inch, and I'm spacing them 4.5 inches apart. So it's about, I'm gonna say 1.5 inches overlap. So when I show you this one, I'm gonna pin this second one and then I'll hold it up again just so you can see like where it is. Oh my goodness. Do you ever like make something and get excited?
Of course.
Okay. Because that's what I'm getting so excited right now. That's how it was when I made that other dress. For Baltimore.
Me too. For fractals.
Yes, I was
same
like,
way.
oh, so excited. Let me see. So most definitely, let's see. Most definitely helps with understanding the pattern. You cut out a lot of time for me. Thank you. I appreciate hearing that. I'm so glad that you're finding that this is helpful. I definitely feel like drawing these lines on here are really helping to save time, because we're going to just be able to do one stitch right across the top.
Yep.
All right, let me just put a couple more pins in here. All right, let me show you. So this is 2 rows that are on so far.
So do you feel okay to sew them on? Do you really want to put all your rows on before you start sewing them? Like those, you're good with those 2, right?
Yeah, you mean like, you know what? So I'm such a process person. Like, I just feel like it's so much easier. Pin them all on, just like zoop, 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 zoop.
Okay. I mean, if you feel like it's not.
But tell me, what are the cons? What do you think?
I'm just saying, is it going to be too much in the way? But I mean, you literally can flip it back up. So I mean, it's whatever floats your boat.
Well, let me put on. I'm gonna put on 3, and then I'm gonna sew 3 real quick.
Yeah, I don't want to. I mean, because I get what you're saying. It's like you put them all. You already did all the pinning, then you could just go straight to sewing.
Like boom, 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 boom.
But that's what I'm saying. If you feel good with doing that, then yeah, roll with it.
Yeah, no, that's how I usually do it, because I'm always, especially now, because I'm so anxious, like, to be finished, because I want to see the final, I want to see the final, look. So Divya said, don't forget the seam allowance. Right. Well, the seam allowance for the ruffles is really, the only seam allowance is, there really isn't any, because, well, yes, there is.
Well, you want to leave it. I mean, you talking about on the side. So you kept it kind of flat on the side, right?
Yes. So that's why I didn't write. So thank you, Divya, for mentioning that, because you're right. So scratch what I said. There is seam allowance. The seam allowance is.
Ooh, yeah. I'm like, it's definitely seam allowance if it's a seam.
No, you know what I was thinking about?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Top to bottom, but not the sides. But so to your point, there is seam allowance. And I did, so you bring up a really good question, which is I did make it flat on the ends. I did not put a ruffle on the end part. Because
no ruffle at the very end.
Right. I did not put a ruffle at the very end to make sure that it could lay flat.
Yeah.
The other reason why I think that doing it this way is really helpful, because I found when I was attaching, when I made my ruffle already, like when I made the other pants, the way that I did it was I made it a circle like this, and then I slid it up the pants and sewed it on. And I found it hard to keep my pants laying flat. And this way it's like, so I could end up with it like some bunched up little part at one part, and then it flat on another part, just because again, it was really hard to keep the pants flat that way. Whereas this way, you just laying it flat out. It's like, you don't have to be worried about the pants being flat or that there being any bunching. Now, the truth is that you're not going to see it. It's because the ruffles are covering everything. So any imperfections in your pants itself will not be seen at all.
Right. Okay. And it sucks because these pants fit so nice too.
I know, that's how I feel about mine. I'm like, oh, these pants, I almost didn't want to cover them with the ruffles, because I was like, oh, these pants actually look good on me. They like hug me so well, and they just fit. They have a great fit. You ever have like a pair of jeans that you're like, oh yeah, these
absolutely jeans.
That's how I feel like
falling apart, and I'm still wearing them.
Right. That's how I feel like these pants that I made from this pattern fit me so well. I'm like, they like fit like a glove. Okay, so I got 3 ruffles on, and I am about to sew these 3 ruffles on. So let me put on my regular edge stitch, my edge foot, putting that on. And change this back to number 10. All right, and here we go. I'm gonna flip these others. So to your point, I'm gonna flip these up because you're right. It could be easier to do one at a time because you don't have to be worried about these other, especially because I'm using pens and I don't like getting stuck. So I am sewing these on, making sure that I stay in line with my, well, the first row, you want to make sure you stay in line with your bottom of your pants. Hold on, let's see, let's lift that up. And I'm just making sure that my pants stays flat. I'm taking out these pins.
So I want to show y'all what I'm doing because LaShawn actually did like a rolled hem. I'm using fusible binding web, heavy fabric to do my hem because I don't want this. I don't want the stitching to show. So mine's will look like you could kind of like I serged it on the other side, which I can't stand the way how this thing. I'll just have to show y'all, but it just has a nice little finish, just finished.
It looks good.
So I have to literally do all of them like that.
So what are you doing again? Say it again. I want to hear about it.
Fusible binding web for heavy fabric is what I'm using to finish off. So I serged them on this side and rolled it up because I want my edges to be finished like this. I don't want stitching because of the pattern of the pattern. And so I don't want that white stitching to show.
Yeah.
At all. So
no, I like the way, because yours literally looks the same way mine looks.
Yeah. Like, what's the one thing about Eckhart that I do love? The way that it stitches up. It's just like beautiful, but yeah. I don't want that stitching to show. Like, I did a test run of it and I did not like it.
You did not like it, yeah. And so in my case, I was able to get away with doing that narrow hem because I could use either black or red, and I'm actually using a combination of both, and it just melts right into it. You can't even see it.
You bragging? Say no.
Just a little bit.
It's okay. Brag, friend, brag.
Okay, so here we go.
Yeah, I did not want that stitching. I was like, I think that's going to get on.
You were like, I'm good.
So
good on that.
Yeah.
Yes, this is looking so good.
And I never had an issue with this coming out of my stuff. So yeah.
And okay, there we go. All right, one down. One down. So y'all can see already how, right, drum roll, that's exactly right. You can see how, again, not difficult, but does take a little bit of time. And now I am literally going in and doing the second one. The second row of making sure I don't get stuck. So part of what's taking me so long is, ooh, these dang on needles, boy, they stick pins are sticking me. And also making sure that my pants fabric doesn't get bunched up. So I think going forward, I am going to do one at a time. Yeah, as much as I like to just get it done, I like to just be done with it. I think it is going to be a little bit easier to, because you can't hold on to it with all these like pins in it. It makes it very hard to, you know, hold on to it. And you know what else will probably help? I need to putting my my little, what is it called, Aisha, the thing that goes around your arm, your sewing machine arm, that little table.
The arm? Yeah, isn't it the arm? This, what do you mean?
Table? The little table that goes around your sewing machine arm. I never have it on my sewing machine, but
you don't?
I don't use it. Every now and then I put it on, and when by every now and then I mean like once or twice. I just keep I never really use that thing. I have it, but I don't use it.
Not that thing.
I know, right? Look.
I rarely ever take mine off.
Really? I think because I do so many things where I gotta like slide the arm, you know, the arm through it.
That's crazy.
I feel like I do that.
I be forgetting that it could come off.
Oh yeah, mine is in a permanent state of off.
That's funny.
Okay, so I'm about to show y'all. I'm gonna do this one more. I got third one. Then I'm gonna show the people where we are. It's just lining up so perfectly. I'm just loving it. It's definitely about a inch and a half, inch and a quarter of overlap. All right, one more row. One more row, and I'm gonna show y'all this. What time is it? Okay, we almost on a 3-hour mark. Okay, here we go. The other thing I would say is that if you do end up doing these lines, make sure you do them in chalk, because if for some reason you don't finish this all in one day, you do not want your lines to disappear.
Yeah, I didn't even put mine's my chalk on yet, because that particular chalk pen, I love it, but they be doing a disappearing act. So
oh yeah, you better make sure, like,
yeah,
that's the last thing you want is for it to disappear after you done put all this work in.
So I just mark mine with my straight pins.
Oh, okay.
And then I will go back and draw the lines when I'm ready to do that.
Oh yeah, no, I did I put all mine on.
Well, yours, are you going to finish your? I mean, I don't know if you're going to stay on live and do the whole thing, but I know you're going to.
I want to try to finish it, honestly, because I feel like I'm so close.
You go ahead, friend. I'll probably
Yeah,
be in it.
we can like I want to at least try to get done at least this one.
Yeah, I'll say what you get the one leg done. If you start to stay on, if you just finish the whole thing, I may be in the
No, I feel you. I hear you. I mean, y'all
so
know.
I think you know what you're good from here, but
I don't know.
If not, I'll still be here. I just may not be up here.
No, the part that I really want to try to, I think that I might need help with is just walking through putting the zipper on. And I feel like I got it though. I don't know. I feel like I got it.
But do you have your opening for your side? Because you're doing
I did a basting stitch. So I closed it, but I basted it closed just to make sure that it can stay in line for when I do.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah. I did a basting stitch just because I didn't want no problems with it being like not matched up or.
Right.
Are you serious? Did my thing just run out? Do you know I sewed this whole thing on and there's no thread in mine.
You thought you sold it on?
Right. I thought I sold it on. There's no thread.
Rule of thumb, make sure you have quite a few bobbins and thread ready because it takes a lot.
It came out of my needle. My bobbin wasn't even a culprit.
Ooh.
Right? I know. And I'm like,
but
yeah, because I was like,
need bobbins. Though.
Right. You do definitely. I wound 2 bobbins and I'm already on my second one. I know that was something. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, I'm just going to sew this one just like this. Let me see. Got my little. Yeah, I'm loving the way this is coming together, and I might make another pair. I gotta see how they look on me, but
right, that's going to be the other thing, like how they actually look on.
Right, because the lady that we saw, she was definitely rocking them, and they look super cute on her for sure. Here we go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go get my little table when I do the next one.
Did it come out? No.
All right, I'm making sure. Look, this sucker ain't not sewing this time. Again, it's very helpful to have these lines because I'm literally just matching up the top to my line. And just like that. Quick little back stitch. And boom. So let me show you now. I know, right? Gilliman, I'm like, that's the worst. Okay, so here is one leg. Y'all can see that. So I feel like it's going to have that little bounce, 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 bounce. Boom, 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 boom. Can y'all see me walking in these? Like boom, boom. So that's 3 rows on. This is what I also will say. I feel like these pants are going to be a little heavy too. So that advice that you gave, Aisha, about making sure that your whatever you use for your pants, if you don't use the same fabric, which again I wouldn't recommend using your expensive fabric, I would not recommend that because you're not going to see it. But you definitely want to make sure the weight is adequate, that it can support. Because these ruffles, I can already tell I got 3 and I could feel the weight. I could feel that weight, you know, on it. I could definitely feel it. All right, this is ruffle number 4 going on. Yeah, I can't wait to see you as Aisha. I feel like that pattern is going to look so nice. And I do feel like, well, we'll see when it's finished, but I did 6 inches. I do feel like another little half an inch could have been of some added value.
What you mean?
You know, like in terms of having a flow, making it flow more flowy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I mean, I think it's going to give what it's supposed to give.
Yeah.
I also feel like, okay.
I'm just curious how this going to lay out with this pattern on these.
Oh, you mean like, is it going to all match up?
With the ruffle. Well, not so much of it match up. I'm just saying with the design, because I couldn't like create a specific type of design because of the fabric. I just had to cut it. So I don't know how it's going to lay out.
So far, so good. It's like going on so well. I'm like falling in love. I am falling in love. If y'all can, I mean, this is my level of excitement. This is what I look like when I'm excited. Because I am truly excited. Oh, I was like, what is that? That's my surge. Yes. And back, quick back stitch. And boom. Another one bites the dust. Thank you, Divya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 4 ruffles on. Where's my ruffles? Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right, so far, like these is matching up really well. They are matching up really, really well. The overlap is going great. Part of me might take them other pants out. At least the other leg. Because this is definitely easier. And I love the fact that the end of the ruffles are going to be in the seam allowance, like in the inner seam of the pants. I love that.
Right.
All right, here we go. Like the lines are definitely very helpful. I mean, like, I'm not saying you don't have to pin it, but you can probably get away without pinning it. I'm not saying that too loudly, but I'm just
Pins are your friend.
As I'm getting, look, I feel myself like as I'm getting more comfortable, I'm even sewing a little quicker. Okay. This is, look at that. And back stitch, and it's done. Oh yeah, this is like, so you know what's making me want to do now? It's making me want to do it in a different kind of fabric, just to see, is it going to have a different flow? A different, you know.
Yeah, my fabric is definitely different from yours. So
yeah, this is going to be, I mean, it's going to have a flow to it, but I mean, look at that. Look at that. Hold on. I know, I'm so excited. I'm like so excited, y'all. I'm very.
And that's why I was saying that it definitely has to be like the straight leg pant. Because the ruffle, I mean, I've seen pants where they're extremely wide leg and they have ruffle, but it doesn't give what that video was giving.
Right.
But
yeah, I mean, we're gonna find out. We definitely are gonna see. But I do think it is a a straight leg pant because you have all of this ruffle. It's already, I mean, look, I'm about to show you.
Yeah, with
You
it
can
bunched up
see.
and all that ruffles, I would find it hard to believe that it's anything but that.
Right. Exactly. But, you know, somebody will do it and they might show us something different.
Oh yeah. Hey.
Maybe like I
I
used
know.
McCall's 7757, which is a wide leg. If you ever want to see a wide leg, that's a wide leg. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here.
You know I love wide leg pants, so
Oh, 7757 is definitely a wide leg.
I don't see how that would work.
It's huge.
And ruffle like that.
It's a huge leg. Almost, I got one more ruffle after this one and one leg will be done. As you are making this, he says TT back online. Back online.
Who's talking about TikTok?
Oh, I don't know. Is it back online? Oh, you know what? It is online. I'm sorry. You know what? It might have been. She's probably talking about my TikTok. I think it was frozen because it was giving me a message. But yes, it is. Thank you for letting me know. I mean, I figured it out when I saw it. Let me see. I'm charging it now. Actually, it don't like those. Does it like that charger? Okay, we'll see. We will see. Thank you for saying TikTok. I was like, what? Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, I got one more ruffle, and then you're gonna see one whole leg is done. All right, let me move all these pins over to the side. Oh yeah, that's looking so good. I'm like, so excited. I am. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. All right, let's put this last ruffle on this leg. Now this one I'm going to probably have to stretch out a little bit because okay, here we go. Let me just, I got to make sure I plug in all my devices so they don't lose. Okay, here we go.
Right, I just had to do the same thing.
It's like, oh yeah, so this one I'm going to stretch it out a little bit more. Because guess what? just loosening up some of these where I did some single stitches. All right, so let me pin that. So I'm pinning on this last ruffle. Aisha, what you working on?
My hem.
Oh, your hems. Okay. Now I gotta loosen up some more.
Which I will not get all of them done, but I wanted to at least get it started. So I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm glad that we kind of figured this out a little bit, that I need to make these bigger because I have 3 more on this other leg, and I'm glad I didn't sew, so I can already just make them bigger. The ruffles, make them longer so that they fit.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a big difference between like this part, which is 27, and the 23. So I'm actually having to break some of I'm having to break some of the what you call it, so that the ruffles, the gathers stitches, so that I can stretch it out
Mm-hmm.
a little further than what it otherwise would have been. And I'm almost there. Got a couple more little ones to break. There we go. And then probably one more down here. There we go. All right. Here's the last one for this leg. Going on now. And okay. right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Stuck myself for the millionth time. It's where I overlapped a piece, and I need that piece because it's too short. All right, there we go. All right, putting this last little piece on. All right. Let me show you what one leg looks like. Okay, here we go. So this is one pant leg. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm. Without the two at the top.
Without the two at the top, right. Without the two at the top, which would cover all of that. But I can already see it's going to have the balance, you know, the little bit of flow. Like,
Mm-hmm. Because even in her video, hers is not long.
no, I feel like it's probably a little bit longer than these, but not much. Look at that. That's how the one leg is going to look. Like, boom, 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 boom. Okay. So I feel like, let me see, what time is it? It's 3:21. I know, look, Tadri's like, boom, boom, boom. Yes. 3:21. So Aisha, I know I don't want to keep you on forever, but I think I do want to try to finish. I'm sorry. It's 3 hours and 21.
I know you're going to want to finish, but that's good. I just wanted to have you on your merry way because I knew I wasn't going to get it all done tonight. I had way too much to still do.
Okay, so this is what I want to do. I want to, because I know people have been hanging on so long, and I feel like, you know, I always, when people are on so long, I always feel like, oh my goodness, I want them to be able to see.
Yeah, child, you go ahead. Go ahead and finish because B, y'all ain't gonna see.
Well, I mean, it's probably gonna be like, as I still have to do. I still have to do these ruffles. So this is what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do the ruffles at the top. And can you stay on while I do the ruffles at the top? Okay.
No, go ahead.
And then, because once I do the ruffles at the top, because that'll help me put on, I just got to do, if I do the ruffles at the top, then I can put the zipper in. That's like 30 minutes. What do you think about that?
Okay, to 11 o'clock, friend.
Okay, what time is it? Oh, yeah, okay, 30 minutes.
32.
All right, 11 o'clock. So this is what we're going to do. 11 o'clock, we wrapping up no matter what. But I'm going to finish and then come back.
LaShawn will get hers done. She's going to... Are you kidding?
No,
I'm
because
going to get mine done, but not... Yeah, don't be...
I really, really this.
Because I have a ways to go.
All right,
and
so
LaShawn, I have to get with you too with that gathering food because mine was I don't know.
Oh yeah, we could definitely do that.
Because this is it, right? This is the. I know this is it.
Let me see.
I hate that. Is it over here?
Yeah, so that's the pleating foot, but yes, that does the same. I mean, it does the same thing.
Wait, so this is pleat. All right, well, what's the other one?
That's the pleating foot, but I feel like it does the same thing.
I thought that was it. I know it ain't that big. Is it a big?
Yes, it is a big one.
It ain't this thing, is it? I mean, I had.
No, I don't know what that is. I have to see more close.
That?
I think that's a walking foot.
Yeah, I think that is too. Child, that's
but that
the thing.
foot, you can actually use that. You can use that.
That's what I had. I felt like I had. You said, I was like, I don't think. Hold on.
Look how long these are. The good news is there's only 2 of these. It's only 2 of these, and I feel like putting a zipper in with these is not going to be difficult because once you put it, you just got to make sure you have that you don't sew on the seam allowance where the zipper is going to go. All right. All right, so now I just need to measure this. Where's my... So this needs to be 39 inches. So this is it's 35. Six, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. So this is 43, the way that it is right now. And I'm going to put this on and make adjustments as I put it on. All right. So what I'm literally doing now is, thank you. They are turning out really, really well. The ruffles are turning out really, really well. So I'm going from, let's see, one edge, and this is one of my long ruffles that's going to go from above the crotch area. And I'm literally pinning this because my friend Aisha is hanging on with me. And I appreciate her so much. She's on mute, but we see her talking though.
What you saying, LaShawn? Because I see your face. So you must have said something that I didn't hear.
I said, I'm sewing on this ruffle, one of these ruffles above the crotch area. And my good friend Aisha's hanging on with me, and I appreciate her. And then then I looked up and I saw you talking, but I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, because I was on the phone.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this is the plan. It says, do the ruffles add much weight? Yes. So great question. The ruffles definitely add some weight. I could tell as I was sewing the ruffles on that it adds weight. So one of the things that was mentioned earlier was when you are picking your fabric for your pants and your ruffles, you want to make sure that the weight of the fabric that you're using for your pants is not too it matches the weight of your fabric for your ruffles. That it definitely, you don't want to have this like super thin fabric for your pants and then the fabric for your ruffles, because it definitely adds a little bit of weight. I mean, it's not like super heavy, at least not for the Ankara fabric. It's not super heavy. But it is, I could, trust me, after adding 9 or 7 layers of ruffles, now 8 layers, I can tell the difference between, that the ruffles are on there. Let's just say that. All right. So now I have this pinned. I have this pinned. And I want to make sure also that my ruffle is, covering. Oops. All right, I'm about to stitch this ruffle on. It's turned out pretty good. It's covering, I think. Yep, here we go. Oh, let me take this off. And put on my edge foot again. All right, here we go. oops. And this is 10D. So this, the one thing I will say, is you want to make sure that as you're adding that ruffle to the very top, that last ruffle, that because of your seam, I'm trying to think. So Aisha, when you get off your call, I want to ask you a question about this.
Excuse you, I am off my. I'm off the call.
Oh, okay. So my last ruffle that I'm adding to the top, you know, part of that is, I guess you do need it to align to the top because you need that ruffle part to go into the seam allowance, the top part. Yep, it does.
Yeah, it should be flushed up. It's almost like you're going to sandwich it in.
Right, to your weight, to your band.
Your waistband, yes.
Right. So one of the things I'm thinking, and we'll see that when I add that last ruffle, is the top ruffle might need to be a little bit longer.
Why doesn't?
Well, I don't know if it is or not, but I feel like this is more than 6. I don't know if it's going to overlap. I feel like it's not going to overlap, but it might. It might just be a feeling. It might do everything I needed to do.
Okay, so when you did your markings, you did not lay all your stuff up. You didn't lay your ruffles on top of it to make sure how they laid.
No, I didn't. I didn't do like a mock. I basically said, hey, I know my ruffles are 5 3/4, and I know I measured my pants out, and my pants did come out consistent with what the pattern said they were going to be in terms of lengthwise, and so I just did math. But so that's why I said it might all work out.
Okay, rule of thumb for people in the comments. So I don't know if y'all saw when I did it, but definitely, even if you do the measurement way that LaShawn just did, still lay them out so you'll see how they're actually going to lay on the pant. That's why I kept readjusting mine, because when it gets towards the top, there was like mine had more of a gap. And I needed to close that, so I had to see what I needed to do as I was going up my leg to adjust it so that it will fit properly.
It makes so much sense. So here's that ruffle that goes straight across.
Mm-hmm.
So see, it's like right there. The overlap is very little. I mean, I guess it's not.
But I mean, the thing of it is that it's the same exact fabric, and it's like,
so yeah, you can't
be
right. In this case, it's not going to matter, but it is more of an overlap than what I thought it was going to be. It's covering it. So I'm just getting ready to put the last ruffle all the way across the top. But yeah, to the person that asked earlier about the weight of it, add some weight to it. Let's see. I would have started at the top and added the skirt tiers, then the legs. Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely an option to add those the top ones that go all the way. That's definitely.
It's no right or wrong way. It's just whatever you feel best that you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only I guess one of the benefits of it is you can, you know, you can adjust, but you can always go in and add if you need. You feel like,
Yeah.
oh,
That's why I did my layout first before I even, because I wanted to see how I was going to lay. But I don't know. For me, I still would start at the bottom. Ooh. But you can start at the top and just pin the top part up. I mean, like I said, I don't think it's like it's gonna mess anything up if you don't.
all right, I'm doing this last ruffle. So what's going to happen is I'm going to do this ruffle. And then I am going to probably get back on live tomorrow early. Well, maybe tomorrow afternoon. To finish. That way I won't keep people past 11 o'clock. But people will get to see the rest of the process.
So you're actually going to stop? You're not going to just still keep going all the way through?
No, because you know what? I feel like I don't want to make a mistake. And I still have to do the whole other leg, the band, the zipper. And that's going to be more. I was thinking in my mind, I wanted it to be an hour. But it's going to be like, that's probably like.
And did you hem the top that you're doing now?
Oh yeah, I hemmed them. So everything is hemmed. I just.
Oh, good. Good for you, because you got hemmed and you got majority of it ruffled, child.
Yeah, so I still have to do. I still have to do 3 more ruffles after I do these ones. I mean, I'm definitely going to finish it because I want to.
Oh, I know you're going to finish.
I'm excited.
I'm going to finish mine too, but I'm not, maybe not.
But what I can do is, since I have those other ones, the muslin, I can try those ones on so people can kind of see a little bit. Even though I feel like these ones are going to be 50 million times better. I did. All right, second ruffle, let's measure it. And then we're going to attach it. Okay. Okay. I'm going to measure it, make sure it is. Okay, so I need it to be at least 39 inches. So this one's 35. And it's 36 plus 6 is 42. So same as the other one. All right, so yeah, it definitely has some weight to it. Every time I pick it up, I'm like, oh, it's not crazy heavy, but
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to have a little bit more weight once I add a whole 7 more rows of ruffles, because I have to do the other leg. So I am, yeah. So see, I'm already seeing how this is short. It's going to be a little bit short. See, I can see it already.
But your top ruffle?
Yeah, I felt like it was. It's not in every section, but I'm gonna show you.
You have your opening for your zipper?
What do you mean?
You putting the side zipper in there. So do you have it cut to for your zipper?
Oh, snap. What am I doing? Yes, you're right. Fudge. You're right. Because, so you're saying this is my, what, my back?
Yes.
All right. Maybe I'm going to move the zipper to the back. Yeah, that's going to be easier. I'm not doing a side zipper. Scratch that. I'm doing a back zipper.
Well, make sure you go and close up what you bake stitched.
Bake stitched, yeah. Yes. Okay. Yep. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing a bit. I'm going to do, because I think it'll work. I think it's, so what I was worried about is the pants, the pattern that I'm doing, it has a side, it's made for a side zipper, and it has a band, front and back band, that's based on that. But I should be able to use that by just adjusting where,
Yeah.
where I'm placing it. It should be okay. So,
Yeah.
what kind of fabric am I using? So I am using a Ankara fabric, which is like a cotton, and Aisha's using a poly crepe, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So both of us are using woven, and it's recommended, I think, because, well, I'm going to say I recommend it because the original is done in the Ankara. The one that we're modeling after is done in an Ankara fabric. So now, and I think in order for you to get the flow and all of that, I think it would be better for you to do it in an Ankara fabric.
It more so in a flowy woven fabric. It don't have to be Ankara.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, not Ankara. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. A woven fabric, a flowy woven fabric. Yes, what Aisha said. What she said. That's right. Exactly what she said. Okay, so I could see one little challenge I'm having is I should have definitely made this top one. And I may just go in and add another row. Because I'm going to show you in a minute. I'm going to show you. Because I don't have enough fabric to, otherwise I would create another strip, but I don't have enough fabric to create another strip. So be working with what we're working with.
Right. Add a piece in there.
Right. I mean, I do have this little extra piece, and I might be able to just go in and add another little layer, but I don't know. It's not terrible. And like you said, because my fabrics are all the same, it's not making a huge, but I'm going to show you. I don't think it's going to be, thank you. I'm excited about this fabric. It's like right up my alley. It's dark, but it's got a little color to it. Just like I like it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let me show you so you can see this. So it's not horrible, but you can kind of see. Like, let me show you. See how, there you go. So you can kind of see. See?
Well, did you okay, pause. Did you sew it on already?
The top row, no.
So why don't you just bring it down some?
Because I feel like, let me see. Maybe if I do bring it down, because then I'm going to have to, I'm trying to think, if I bring it down,
Just a little bit so that it it covers it. Because your seam allowance for your waistband and all of it is 5/8 of an inch. If you're using the commercial patterns, they give you 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. So if you bring it down maybe half an inch and then you just sew it at what's the next part? Or not half an inch, or maybe like 3/8 or something, like half of that. And that way you could use the other half for your seam allowance and then it covers it. It'll cover it more. But you're still within the seam allowance. You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
And that way you'll feel more, you know what I mean? Like it'll it'll uh it'll cover. I mean, I couldn't really see it, but it's
Yeah, I'm
also,
gonna bring it down just a teeny.
but you know. But yeah,
Because it's not even all.
but if you feel like it's not, you know what I mean, that bad, it just depends. But that's why, like the rule of thumb for everybody that's making it in the audience, lay it out before
Yeah,
you
definitely.
lay it out first.
Definitely do that. That would be recommended. So you don't end up. And I had a feeling, I felt it when I was doing it, that it was like, gonna be short a little bit.
Child, did you? If you had a feeling, then now, friend,
Well, I mean, I
too
had a
much work to
feeling
be
before.
getting.
I had a feeling as I was pinning it. Well, before I was pinning it, but after it was already pretty much when I got to this part, I'm like, well, so you know what it is? It's only really at the ends.
How much is it short?
An inch. It's pretty short. It's only at the ends. Everything else is pretty okay. Everything else is pretty okay.
Wait, so you're saying? I thought you were saying that it was too short, like meaning the length. You're talking about the width to go all the way.
No, I'm talking about. I'm talking about, yes, the width. So to cover the row, but it's only, so what I think is happening is that it's not even all the way around in terms of the top of the pants. So the back must come up a little bit.
Okay, so you got to take in consideration too now that when you put them on, I don't know where is it. If you're saying it's in the back, which means that's your, so it's going to come up some because of your butt.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's going to kind of stick out. Which in turns, if it's going to stick out, then it may show. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But again, your thing is so like blended in. I don't really know if it's just want to. Like,
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna bring it up and I'll deal with it. It's such a small part. I think it'll be more for me to fix it at the top by leaving the top open because I feel like I tried these pants on. I mean, you know, the ones that I had on yesterday. I mean, yesterday, the ones that I made for my muslin, and they
Mm-hmm.
fit perfectly. I mean, to the T.
But if
So
it's at the end is your crotch seam, your back crotch seam.
yeah, and it fits me perfectly. I don't have any room to play around with it. Well, it's gonna come up a little bit more because I have the I didn't put on the what do you call it? I didn't put on the band waistband. But
Mm-hmm.
it's insignificant. I don't you can't really see it that much because it is all the same fabric. But I think your advice of laying it out is a good one because then you won't end up with this problem that I have, which
Yeah,
is
you
that
definitely.
yeah, because it's literally it
Well,
this
I
could
thought I guess I should, but I just assumed it was implied that that's the point of putting the markings on there so that you can lay it out to see how
right.
it overlaps
Sure.
each other.
Yeah. No, I mean I think
But
that is a really
my
good
bad, I should
that,
have made that more clear.
no, I mean I think look, I was relying solely on the math and did not do the extra step of like double checking it and making sure that everything laid out. So, but you know what? We're doing it so that other people don't have to make that mistake. That is definitely what I would say is like, you know,
So are you? Do you want to Because you know
it's
you were.
very minor. It's and it's only at the edges. So I'm not gonna I'm lining it up with the top.
Mm.
Um
You want to pin it together and put it on?
Um, and get stuck with these 50 million pins.
I mean, you ain't got a bit of build, just like a dry one.
All right, yeah, let me see.
Since you got me on here over the time, so
I know what time is it.
it's just only
Oh my goodness, yes. Okay, it's time to go. All right, I'm gonna try on.
you got to pin the.
So how should I place the pin so I don't get stuck? Like sideways or up and down?
Up and down. Have them. You got to step into it.
Yeah.
Have them going down.
Okay.
Go in the direction that you're putting them on. So if you're stepping in there, have them have them going down.
Okay.
Now when you taking them off, that because now you pulling your
No,
leg
I'm
up.
gonna unpin it.
Yeah,
Shoot. Exactly
but
what I'm gonna do. Unpin it. All right. So now I have. All right. Ooh. Sorry, that froze again. Sorry, sorry, sorry. So the back of your pants are sloped lower than the center front pants. Thank you, Monica. That is what happened. So that's why my ruffle is a little bit shorter, as you can see on the edge, as opposed to in the middle. The edges are a little bit shorter. So that is what happened. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, all right. I'm going to, so I gotta put them, so how do I pin this right side facing? I guess I have to just do it the wrong way. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it still will be the right side. You
Well, because then I'm gonna have to turn it inside. I'm just gonna pin them like you said, but it's not, you're gonna see the seams in the back. Ooh, I'm nervous about this. About the, all right, I'm gonna pin these so y'all can get a little feel for how it will look. I'm very nervous about pinning these and trying them on because, whew.
Well, friend, you don't have to if you that nervous.
No, I want to. I want to try them on because I'm excited. Ah! I'm just trying to make sure that I'm pinning these on correct. Okay. Look at that. Oh my goodness. It's looking so good. Yeah, that definitely, that placement thing would have made a huge difference. Okay. I'm not sewing this on correctly. I mean, I'm not pinning this correctly.
So I said to pin the crotch. Here, where my pins go?
I'm not pinning this. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna use safety pins. That's gonna keep me from getting stuck a million times. All right, so when I'm pinning this, Aisha, so I'm gonna turn it, do it inside out. Right sides.
Yeah, you have to pin it right side. You want to stuff all your ruffles inside.
Yes, so all the ruffles are inside. And now I am.
Pin your back crotch seam. Just for now, because you're going to have to open it back up so you can step into it. But just for now, pin it up.
So I'm basically lining up the back crotch seam like this.
Yes.
And you said I have to open this back up?
Yeah, you're going to have to open it up to step in to get into it. Yep. But not right now. So once you pin that.
So I'm just going to pin this with safety, and then I'm going to pin the other parts with safety pins.
And then you just open it up and then do the legs. So it should look like it going around like a horseshoe.
Right here, like that.
Yeah, you pin that, and then once you take it, the crotch, like.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Front to the back crotch. You see how? See now is you got the crotches, and then you just doing the leg. Got it?
No, let me see. Make sure it's
okay.
Got it. Okay, so now I got to do the crotches this way.
So it's like crotch seam to crotch seam, the front crotch to the back crotch.
Okay.
And then you're just doing the legs. And now you'll have a pant, a complete pant.
Okay, here we go. Now thank you. That was helpful.
You're welcome. I know it's a little confusing because it's the way we constructed it. So.
Right. Well, I'm just going to pin this with a safety pin, like 1,000,000 safety pins.
Okay. Safety's first.
Look, because I don't want to get stuck.
Listen, I understand.
I do not want to get stuck. Okay, so I am pinning this now, and you will get to get a feel for what one of the legs, at least. I think you'll get a feel for what it all looks like.
Yeah. Because I want to see too. Shit, you know what? I got a ways to go. So at least I can live through you right now. But I'm glad I know figured out the
Yeah, I
process.
feel like I got about maybe an hour and a half of work left on this. Because I just got to make those 3. So the things I have left to do are make 3 more ruffles for the pant leg.
Mm-hmm.
3 ruffles for the pant leg. Put the zipper in and put the waistband on.
I want to get some more of this.
All right, got 3 more safety pins to put on the other leg because I'm literally holding them together with 3 safety pins on each leg, I think. 4.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's the crotch. 3. So let me put these other 3 on. All right, so that leg is done. Now I'm doing this leg. Yeah, so this is where you're going to be stuffing in all of those ruffles.
Yeah, you got to make sure you stuff them in.
Stuff them in, stuff them in, stuff them in.
Be careful not to.
Not just sew on them, other than what you want. I might end up pinning them down.
Yeah,
So,
definitely pin them.
Pin them
down.
before I sew.
You do it. Pin them over.
Yeah, I'm gonna pin them so they don't get in the way. All right, 1. Let's move this one 2.
LaShawn, did you see the blue in this fabric? It's so little, but
Oh no, I could see it. It was like a green turquoise to the blue.
okay. Because you know I'm gonna bring that blue out.
Yep.
So I'm gonna bring the blue out.
Could have used the blue for your accent, your thread.
Hmm.
I said you could have used blue for your thread. No?
No.
Oh, it wasn't given.
No. Where are you gonna see that at though?
In your hem.
No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
All right. Can I just can I just take these pins and put safety pins in here and then just turn it right side out? For this crotch area?
I mean, you put pins in the other. That's what I thought you was doing. You said you wasn't using straight.
No,
pins.
I'm talking about for the crotch. I did put this pins. I mean the But now I am replacing those with all right. Put this safety pin on here. I'm safety pinning this to death. We're doing this try on. And all right, and let me two more safety pins and then I'm trying it on. So just remember there's no waistband on, so it's not, you know. All right. Okay. Now let me turn the pants inside out. Right side out, I should say. I will start with the ruffle leg first. Then the other leg will be easy because there's nothing there. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to try this on.
Yay!
So this is what y'all can see.
Meanwhile, I still have 1, 2.
I'll be right back.
Okay. 4, 5, 6. Wow. 12, 14. Eyes tired. So if you don't have a ruffler foot, then you're doing the old-fashioned way with pulling the strings. I'm really trying not to do that, but I just may have to. So it's going to take me a little bit longer. To adjust these. Yeah. Sucks. Hey D. We wrapping up, y'all.
Okay. Here we go. So this is the one leg.
I can't see.
Can you see?
Not really. Is it a way to put you
Oh,
like?
let me see. Yes. Let me put it. Maybe I can put it on. Let me I took you off, Aisha, for a minute off the screen.
That's fine. You keep me off, child.
Ah! All right, let's see. Oh, I was trying to turn it long ways, but I don't think I can.
I see so I can see your pants.
Can you see?
Mm-hmm. I somewhat because it's like it's darker back there than your pants is dark.
Oh,
So
you can't really see. I don't know.
I can see it,
but you can't.
Yeah.
You can't see it.
Like I can see, but you see how it comes together, right?
Yes, you could definitely see how it comes together.
Yeah.
And it's got the little, so this is like, you know, again, for people who are thinking you need a wide leg pants. Well, first of all, this is the pants. So it's a little bit of a wide leg. The pants are, but it's definitely not super wide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wish you could get more in the light so I could kind of see it more. But I sort of, kind of, not really.
Yeah. Can you
let
see?
me look through my other. Yeah, I can see it better looking at it from my iPad.
Thank
I was
you.
looking at it through StreamYard, and StreamYard wasn't it. I can see it much better.
Where?
Looking at it from my iPad.
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I can see
so
it.
this is what it's gonna roughly look like. So I still have to put on the waistband, still has to go on the ruffles on the other leg, and then I'm gonna put the zipper in the back. I'm gonna do an invisible zipper in
Do
the
you
back.
do you have it closed in the back? Can you turn around, or is it showing?
Well, yeah, I have it. I mean, I'm holding it,
Okay.
so you can't really see it because I don't have it like pinned all the
No,
way.
I'm seeing what I wanted to see. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, it's the skirt. The skirt is.
Yeah, the skirt part. Mm-hmm.
That's why I really wanted it in the back. I mean, on the side, so it wouldn't be as noticeable. But I like it. I think it looks really cute.
What do you mean as noticeable as what?
Like, I didn't want it to be like ending, but it's gonna be invisible zipper, so you're not gonna really be able to see.
Yeah, I'm about to say if it's put in it, it should be invisible.
Yeah, I really like them. I mean, can y'all see me walking like boom, boom, boom?
You bet me. I know I'll walk like that, so it ain't you ain't gonna
Yeah.
you,
Let me
you gonna
wait a
get
minute.
what
Hold
you
on. Let
gonna
me put
get.
my heels. Let me put my heels on.
Girl, you got 2 minutes.
Huh?
Go ahead, put your heels on, friend. Put your
Bye.
heels on.
Thank you, real quick, and then we're gonna be done for tonight. Oh yeah, I'm definitely wearing some heels. Whew. So I don't know if you can see it, but they look so cute with the heels. It's like you could be like, oh, 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 oh. Can y'all see that? I love them.
Friend, you saying the third tier can't be a continuous stitch around because that starts at the leg.
You said what?
She's saying your third tier should be a continuous tier around the body, like the skirt, or else you would have to add or else when you add the other leg, you will have too much fabric in the third. I mean, in the thigh and crotch.
I mean,
It's it unless it's a faux. I mean, you may be looking from you just looking at it, but from layering it on the pan, I don't see how unless she was moving them up and adding another one because it goes right into the.
it goes
I don't
right
see
into
how.
it goes right into the
Yeah, I
crotch.
don't see how
I mean,
she's gonna do
right
that.
now, the way that the pants, at least on the picture, it's only 2 layers above the crotch.
Oh, she's saying okay, so it does. It's almost it's like I wouldn't say a faux layer, but it wouldn't be layered the way that we just did it. Just saying that it wouldn't connect at the crotch. It kind of would like lay over, like a layover.
I don't really know what that means.
I'm probably not explaining. I know I understand what she's saying, so I'm gonna have to see when I do mine.
Yeah, I mean, because look, this is right now. This is what it's looking like.
But I'm.
So this
Let
is
me
the
look at this
top.
video because now
Yeah, we're gonna see. Because I'm gonna put that. I mean, I feel like
oh my gosh.
I don't think it'll be too much. I don't think it'll be too much. I'm okay with it. You know, I'm gonna be like, bam, 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 bam. Ah, thank you, Carmen. Thank you for the love. Yeah, so only thing I gotta do again, zipper in the back, waistband, other leg. I'm gonna see what Auntie Carol is talking about with adding that faux layer. But I'm really loving it. I'm loving it. Like boom. I feel like these are like Met Gala worthy. I mean, you would need a equally layered top, but the lady that we saw, she wore hers with a tank and some heels, like how I have one now. Oh, also I have to, yeah, this is my waistband. So my waistband is ready and done. LaShawn, you gonna be doing right. I'm gonna be doing that. Watch. Like boom, 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 boom. So thank y'all for hanging in there while we were. Where's Aisha? Let me bring her back.
You did not.
Thank y'all for hanging in there. We appreciate it. Like our pants are, we still have to, we still plan on finishing the pants and showing y'all the full finished look. But because y'all hung in there so long, wanted to give y'all a little bit of a preview of what it looks like, what it would look like, for sure. And thank you, Sabrina. Thank you, Terrence. D, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Tydri says she's gonna make them. Divya's gonna make them. Gaynell's gonna make them. We're gonna finish ours and post. So I'm sure other people are gonna make them as well. Hopefully, this live really helped you work through the process. But if you have any questions, definitely do not hesitate to leave me a message. Hit me in the direct message. And I will answer any questions that you have as you start to go through the process. Again, I still stand with that. It's not difficult, but it does take time. It does take time. Who said don't do that face? Who, Aisha? Oh, Tadri said, bye, friend. Don't do that face. So yeah, I think it's still a pretty easy. So not a beginner friendly, but for somebody who knows how to, an advanced sewist, I would say that it is, fairly easy. It's just going to take time because you do have to prep, and it requires 6 yards of fabric, no less than 6 yards. So this is it. Look, if this is something, if I think, isn't New York Frocktails theme ruffles? Y'all could be, this is something you can make for New York Frocktails.
Okay, so I was doing was going back through the video, and yes, her ruffles is much much longer than yours, LaShawn. So what, I don't know if they may even be a little bit longer than mine's, but when it comes to the top layers, so the top 2 layers should, by time it gets to the leg, it's already going to be covering that whole entire crotch part. So when you'll see when you put the other leg on there, what she was talking about, but the top 2 layers will cover that whole entire.
So you thinking they probably should be around 8 inches or so at the top 2, or?
Yeah, it probably could.
Mine were 6. My ruffles are 6.
Mine's are 7. But even with mine's, like mine's kind of lay, they may not lay as far down, but mine's kind of come
7,
down.
Right? You said yours are 7.
Yeah, mine's are 7. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yours are 7. Mine were 6. So 7, that's a whole other inch down.
Hers, I'm saying with the hemming and all of that, it will probably be a good maybe 7 to 8.
Yeah. You mean after?
But nevertheless, like I said, that's why this first time is trial and error. So
yes, I definitely love it.
And if you like it, if
you're
all right with it, then
and I may make them again. I may make them again with different fabric. I definitely may make them again. So you said Tadri said she's gonna make hers 9. I am curious to see how it looks. I feel like the longer it is, the more you're gonna have that flow for sure. Definitely. So Tadri, I definitely want to see yours when you finish.
9 inches might be a tad bit too long, but
well, by the time you gotta think, like, you're gonna lose 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch between the surging and the narrow hem. But yeah,
it depends on how you how you want it to lay though. So it will, yeah.
So anyway, all right, we're gonna wrap it up. Thank y'all, Aisha. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. I cannot wait to see yours. I'm going to finish mine. Stay tuned for the final look. And thank you everybody who hung in there. Hopefully you don't feel like you hung in there and didn't get to see anything, because bam, 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 you got to see a little bit of the look. Oh yeah, Tadru, you tall? I thought you was like my height. Last time we was together, I felt like we was the same height.
Well, I mean, you did have on stilettos.
I
so
did. Okay, so about 40.
why. I'm just saying.
Yes, D, definitely make sure you watch and stay tuned for the final look. I appreciate you joining. I appreciate everyone joining. Thank you so much for shares and the likes and for tuning in. Thank you, Carmen, so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Auntie Carol, for all the tips. And if you do make them, please make sure y'all tag Aisha and I, because we would love to see what y'all make. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening. It is still evening because it's not midnight yet. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Shamira. Thank you for joining. All right. Until next Friday.
Do you be putting the A at the end of her name? I meant to ask you that.
Huh? Did I what?
Do you call her Shamira?
Yeah, that's her name. Shamir. Right. I said, hey, Shamir.
Shamira.
I said Shamir. Air. Like no A on the end. Right. No A on the end.
Okay. It be sounding like it's an A. I'm like, is you calling her Shamira?
No.
That's not it.
So we are going to be making, mine got a little smash, but we're going to be making next Friday. And I know Black Sewing Network is also making the Chandler bag. Mine got a little smash because my grandson was here smashing things. So anyway, we're going to be making this on next Friday. Let's Get Social. But you also can see it on Sunday. Black Sewing Network Sunday service will be making it as well. Make sure you get the pattern.
That's what they
Beauty
mean.
du jour. Beauty, just huh?
Oh, no, go ahead, y'all.
Let's see. It depends where you are. 4:33. Oh my goodness, Sabrina. Well, good morning to you, Sabrina. Good night to everybody.
God, Sabs. I would have been
Good
asleep,
morning.
child.
4:33. All right, so we are making this next Friday too. So
all right, girl.
Y'all then. Good night, everyone. Bye. Thank you.